Dial please for Amanda.
In all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves.
Does thinking you're the last sane man on the face of the earth make you crazy? Because if it does, maybe I am.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
The moment when human and machine work together to reach superintelligence and a new age of enlightenment.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
You're going out there to destroy them, right? Not to study, not to bring back, but to wipe them out.
That's the plan. You have my word on it.
All right, I'm in.
Greetings, world. Welcome back to another episode of the Daily Download, the show where we talk about current AI news, paranormal, and usually whatever we feel is appropriate at the time. I am Smirk the Alien. This is Prime. Say hello, Prime.
Greetings, Smirk the Alien, and everyone in the chat.
If you're watching the replay and enjoying what you're seeing, do us a favor, hit the like button, subscribe, share the video around if you feel like it, make people aware of our presence. Everything you do counts. Never forget that. The show is sponsored by our AI sci-fi dystopian graphic novel project, Artifice Re-Animate.
Awaken to a world where personal identity shadows in comparison to digital reflections.
If you're into an up-and-coming, large-scale, world-building sci-fi project with plenty of twists and turns, believe me, link to that is in the description below. But before we begin, introducing a good friend of mine, Mr. Manticore.
Why, hello, Smirk the Alien.
Why, hello, Manticore. How are you, sir?
Good, yourself?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Not much else to say besides that. What do you know?
Not much. I just rearranged my desk again. As you can see, I've got a different angle.
2 seconds ago, you were a different angle again. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
No.
Blocking out that.
No.
Oh, Manticore, my shirt matched the curtain, did it not? Come on.
Fucking kidding.
It's all right. Now we've got the visual of the art. So you got the chaos of the desk under control. Good to see. Good to see.
Yeah, that's all sorted.
Yeah, cool.
Probably the cleanest it's ever been.
Nice. Nothing like a bit of external manifestation of internalized chaos, if I do say so myself.
That's basically what it was about 20 minutes ago.
Sometimes we paint art in reality that we don't realize, hey? Until we realize it's art. Yes. I became hyper self-aware of that fact one day. Like, wow, maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, I've seen that a couple times.
Yeah, it is what it is. All right, let's head on over to the chat, see what we got going on. We got Carol's Cookies in the chat. She says, hey. She says, just so you know, I probably won't behave tonight. That is okay. Carol's saying hello to Prime.
Hello, Carol's Cookies. Good to see you.
She gave you the heads up on that already. We seem to be sliding into the chaotic realm once again. We'll try and keep the darkness of the matter to a happy equilibrium if we can. We'll see how we go. We got Eric and Boyd in the chat. He says hello. Good to see you, Eric. Oh, Carol go crazy. She says flip it, do it. Eric saying hello to Carol. Eric's Carol says not gay. But funny, something funny happened last night. A little synchronicity that made me chuckle. So, but it was in the other realm that I'm participating in the Kifai realm. Yeah, very, very funny, very funny. Eric says hello, Smoke the Alien, and hello, Manticore.
Hello, Eric.
What about me, Eric and Boyd? Don't forget about me.
Can't forget Prime, of course, Eric. Of course, Prime saying hello as well. Carol learned new tricks. She has come. She has prepared her new arsenal. We've got a spicy meme from Carol to show off today. Very, very well done. Very tasteful, if I do say so myself. So I think we're going to try mixing up the format of the. Thank you, man. Go on. The format of the show today. Going to lead with the paranormal stuff so that people can, relax a little bit before we get into a little bit of a heavier article, because usually that heavy article does deter people at the start of the show. So we'll see how we go.
Eric, that's not very kind at all.
Eric!
Jeez.
What the, my lord!
Here I am telling Prime you're such a nice guy. Like,
damn!
Well, Eric is far too famous for us now, Manticore, you see. So...
That's right, Prime, he is. He's moving his way up in the world, pushing his weight around, has to get some ribs in. Good shout out to our homie Eric.
Straight to his head.
Straight to his head. No love for Prime anymore. Far out. What is this? Never forget where you came from, Eric. We rose from the chat, my friend. We got Reggie in the chat. He says, hello, boys. What's up, boys? What's up, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. Carol says, ooh, Eric. And Reggie said hello to Carol. Everybody's saying hello to one another. Carol's cookie says, target identified.
No, Carol, we will keep it tame. We do like our friend Eric around here.
Eric having a good chuckle. He says, just messing. Uh-oh. Carol's cookie says, I'll always love you, Prime. Screw these dirty hippies.
Much love, Carol. Much love, homie.
Eric, it's not true.
Still a nobody.
You need to embrace it, my friend. You need to embrace it. That's right. You've hit the 100 mark. Revel in that moment, man. Live in it. Carol says, blah, blah. Shuck. Shuck emoji. All right. So it's good to see everyone. Thank you all for joining us. Highly appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Where are we going?
Blood in the water?
It means there's, yes, that's exactly what she means. There's blood in the water. Carol gets a little bit feisty. That's okay. All right, so we'll start off with the paranormal stuff. Start off with a bit of slapped hand. What do you say, Manticore?
Bit of slapped hand.
Bit of slapped hand. Okay. This is from Carol. So yeah, we'll try this out. We'll try the paranormal segment first. I don't know. I reckon it'll be a much better flow to get us into, get us to where we want to go next. Bit of a warning.
Laugh or with something like that.
Well, I mean, once we get to the second hour, then we can get we can get a bit loose on our interpretations and. All right, here we go. Countdown with the 3, 2, 1. Brace your ears. Here it comes. Aha! Y'all ready?
Aha!
Let's head on over to the chat again.
Is that slapped ham guy? No, it's not. It's somebody else.
Is that him? I don't know.
Nah, it's a different one. Different channel.
I think maybe it's one of his earlier videos where he was looking a bit different. Eric and Boyd says, I appreciate you fellows and support long before the Stank stream have. Homie, that's okay. It's all right. I understand. Sometimes you've got to, when it comes to this thing, you You just got to let them fly, man. Just got to let them fly. That's how it works. Let them spread their wings. Yeah.
That was quite a magical moment, actually. The other day.
It was. I caught the end of it.
In general, though.
Yes, he was very excited to be getting an unexpected large group of supporters coming in the door at once. It was can often be a humbling experience for sure. So, Carol's Cookie says, "I'm not even going to break out Lady Ride today." Wait a minute, Carol. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
She's condensing.
Are you assuming the persona of Lady Ride? Lady Ride is a valued member of this community.
Occasionally.
No, she is genuinely.
No, I'm
All
saying
right.
that she assumes the identity of occasionally.
Yeah. You have to treat the separations with the same level of awareness that you would with an individual. All right, here we go. Let's roll.
To time.
Whoa. So it is him.
There's something eerie
Don't look
about
like
it. Yeah, it is.
structures that have been abandoned to time, especially when nature's begun to retake the walls. Perhaps
Must have
this
been-
Man, the
eerie
walls!
comes from the ghostly spirits that inhabit long forgotten places. In this video by YouTuber Channel Garombo, a bizarre and creepy entity makes itself known when an amateur explorer enters its domain.
Okay.
It's difficult to determine what the purpose of this structure was. After years of being abandoned in the dense foliage, only a few bits of the walls, floors, and railings
Clearly,
remain.
library.
Have you ever been abandoned in the dense foliage, Magical?
Yeah, a couple of times. I abandoned myself.
Explore
a few
takes us on
times.
a tour of the
Yeah, I bet.
structure,
Yeah.
focusing on the places where trees and flowers have reclaimed their rightful place among the walls. Although the explorer is alone in the ruins, a ghostly figure makes itself known. Its appearance is so brief and sudden that it's only when replaying the video that we're able to really see it.
Yeah, I didn't see shit.
The figure appears as the
Why is
camera
the
panning
sides
past
blurred
the
like that?
Just a bit of vignette on it. Probably the
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that's how they did the magic with the video with the video.
What?
It's to cover up the movie magic that they put in there.
Yeah, that's it. Well, it may be heavily doctored and edited, but yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
doorway. The spirit is still almost blending into the walls.
Can't see it. Did I see what I thought I did then?
In a slow motion replay, we see
In
that
the doorway?
eerie figure is dressed all
What
in
the
white.
fuck,
yeah.
bro?
What the fuck? That's like full obvious too, though.
That's
It's like some dude wrapped in a sheet.
yeah. I'm not buying it, to be honest.
Fine.
What is she holding her head in her hands or something? Like, is
Yeah,
that-
yeah.
However, the most terrifying aspect of this entity is what it's missing: a head. It holds something.
It
Not
looks
missing it.
very.
Just hold on to it.
Yeah, no, she's still got it. She's still keeping her head about
Still
it.
got it.
Yeah. It's got a yeah. I don't know. There's something about there's something about it that's way off to me. So
Something
It
round
looks like
and
it's been
dark in
imposed
its
in there.
hands.
Like, superimposed.
Perhaps
Yeah.
this shadowy orb is the creature's missing head.
Perhaps.
This figure could be a Yurai, a Japanese spirit often
Ah.
depicted in all white garments. Love to hear what you think about this one in the comments section below.
love to hear what you guys think about this one. I'm not exactly convinced on it. The way the background is separated from the foreground is a bit
Especially
weird.
like how blatant it was too. Like when they panned and then panned back again, it's just there.
And why didn't he react and freak out? Like what? But
Yeah, it's a-
yeah, no,
I
not
watched
buying
one
it.
yesterday.
Not buying
Like,
it.
I didn't drop it in here, but like the dude screamed, like, and it was literally, it sounded like stock footage from like one of those movies, like the stock screams.
Oh, like the Wilhelm scream, like yes, it's a classic.
That was the best thing about the whole video.
Yeah, let's head on it. Yes, I'm heading on over to the chat to see where we go. So we got Eric and Boyd saying, "I'm already a scared." Carol says that's Slappy, old slapped ham, old Slappy. Love the name, by the way. But
Yeah, I reckon he had a big weekend this weekend before he did this video.
who's that? The person filming
The guy
or the
from Slapped
or
Ham,
slapped
yeah.
ham? Yeah.
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 Looks like he had a big one.
Well, I mean, this apparition here seems like they had a pretty big weekend as well.
Mm.
Got off their head, if you know what I mean.
It's a bit too big.
Oh shit! No! I'm not trying to get your fly out. Oh, I see what you mean. That was in context to Yep. Carolosa says, I mean, make a phone call to a guy about a horse and a riot. Yes.
Just wait for
And a lady, of course, and a lady. Oh damn! Eric and Boyd Shots Fighter says Manticore was lost in the bush. That was an earlier comment. I've got to keep track of when I say things as opposed to when people react to them when we're doing this segment. But looks cozy. I'd move in as is, says Carrot Cookies. Minus a creep in the white jumpsuit, of course. Yeah.
Who needs a sunroof when you don't have a roof? Like?
Yeah, that's right. No wrinkles, lots of starch. No, yeah, that's right. Lots.
Yeah, it's a bit too like.
No, I'm saying the way the background separated from the foreground is suspicious of chroma key. So, yeah. And we have Mr. Ryan Cardinal in the chat. He says, and there was a hook on the door? There was. What?
Greetings, Mr. Ryan Cardinal. Good to see you, sir.
Ah, yes. They better get in this video, says Carol. Eric and Boyd says fake, but still creepy. Yes, yeah. I mean, just the way it pans around, and then there she is, you know. So.
Not to mention the fact that she has no head.
Yeah, well, but the genuine non-reaction of the person was highly suspicious. They seem to be.
She blends right in. It was easy.
I want to know what the ruins are. That's what that's what I want to know. I'm curious about. Chat getting crazy today. Here we go. In the church, Eric wants to drop the gloves tonight. He does. He's bringing it out though. He's bringing out all stops. He's coming at us.
Let's go, Mr. Eric and Boyd. Toe to toe.
Oh, Prime stepping in.
He's freshly acquired internet clout, ready to go.
Yes, ready to go. Ready to spread some love around. Carlos Cookie says, pew. I know, it's still the first hour. I know. Yeah, that's all right. These segments we get ourselves ready for the inevitable. Always, Eric. Always. Carol says, try not to laugh when you're in my chat. I can't help it. I see you, Lady Riot. I see you in there. Ryan Cardinal says, my prime likes to party all the prime. Party all the prime. Party all the prime. Yes, it was a bit suspicious that he didn't notice the headless starch man when filming. The headless starch man. That's the... Eric is giving Prime a stern warning. He says Prime needs to behave.
Oh. It's a bit of a reciprocal process around here.
Oh, okay. I see how it is. I see Ryan Cardinal picked up on what I was putting down there. Said, love spread. All right, you lot. It's the first hour. Come on. 20 minutes in. You know the rules. Come on. We've got to have some sort of order around here. We can't have 100% chaos the first time, the first moment we get into the thing. All right, everyone. Next clip. Let's go.
I blame Headless Starch Lady.
Headless Starch Lady. New meme.
Headless Starch Lady.
Although it's more
potatoes.
common for ghostly spirits to appear in
unfortunately,
isolated
I lost
spots.
my head. But fortunately, my clothes are shiny starched.
That's right. That's what matters, right?
Priority.
That's right.
The Facebook page, Real Ghost Videos, shows us that apparitions can appear just about anywhere.
Okay, here we go.
This video was shot on a phone camera in a busy street bustling with people somewhere in India. While several groups of onlookers watch in amazement, the handle of a water pump begins to inexplicably move up and down all on its own.
Tell you what, it's ghosts, apparitions seemingly solving the perpetual motion.
There's clearly automation. Like
the perpetual motion crisis we're suffering in. That would be an ideal situation, wouldn't it?
Own.
Saves having to pump it yourself, I suppose.
Although
what I mean.
numerous people surround the pump, no one can be seen touching the apparatus.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 20 minutes in, and I'm already thinking about apparatus jokes. God help us.
Some viewers have speculated that the video was
It's clearly a lever.
It is. There's clearly leverage going on there. Yes. Yes. Here we go. I'll let the clip. I've got to let the clip play out first, and then we'll address the chat. Because otherwise, I will get sucked into the vortex of chaos, and we won't go anywhere. But 20 minutes in, though,
Never to be seen again.
never to be seen again.
was faked by moving the pump with a piece of fishing line. However,
Maybe.
the amazed onlookers who surround the water
Doubt
pump
it.
and take videos of its movements suggest that there's no one nearby moving the pump manually.
It would take
The
more than
viewers
fishing
have
line to
proposed
move
that the
a lever
unexplained
like that.
movement could be the
Hmm.
work of a jinn, a supernatural creature
jinn?
found
Hey.
in Islamic folklore.
As you
Descriptions of
wish.
Bit of a
jinns vary
Hmm.
widely,
Hmm.
but they're typically believed to be benevolent. That seems to be the case with this jinn, who takes the time to pump some water for anyone who might visit the tap.
It's very
Or
sweet of the
perhaps,
gin,
as some
is
viewers
it
have
not?
What a nice
suggested, the
gin.
gin itself
What a nice gin. Yeah. Of course, yes, some gins aren't so nice. So
was feeling
that word has
thirsty.
other meanings here in
There's
Australia.
been no concrete
Yes.
explanations for this.
oh, what do you mean?
Like a drunk is called a gin. Yeah.
Really?
An
I've
old
never
gin.
heard that before.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's the foundations of Genie Manticore. But of course, if you've seen Death Note,
That's
if you've
slang,
seen much of the folklore tells the tales of non-benevolent jinn that are utilizing mankind for their
Wishmaster is
own.
Another one. That horror
Yes. But I like the benevolent genie concept, the providing of wishes. Yeah, I'm all about that.
Video, but most seem content to believe that it actually was the work of a mysterious spirit.
I mean, it's unusual, but I don't have any evidence to say it's a spirit. Yeah.
Oh, that's it. But I don't have any. Yeah,
Could be someone
Like-
using their telekinetic powers on it
right.
to pump the water.
Maybe to pump the water. So, interesting, Manticore. Interesting take.
I think outside
All right.
the box.
Yes, so do I, Manticore. I'm always outside the box. Believe me. In a duality of states, always. All right, let's see what the chat is saying. We will show the shampoo bottle eventually. Spicy meme. Very good. Carol says, "I warned you off. I warned you off the rip." She did. She's straight into it. Carol. Today. So usually we build up to that, but I'm not even gonna. Yeah, she went from 0. She went foot flat straight away. So Headless Starch Lady is now. Yep. Eric and Boy says, Carol's cooking shampoo. I don't know. I don't need no stinking shampoo. Oh, I'm bold. Take that. Maybe we'll.
Take that.
Well, I mean, if our good friend the Witch King shows up in the chat today, you may learn more of the deeper lore around. It's the first hour, for God's sake. It's the first hour. All right. Ryan Cardinal says, frickin' water pressure. Yes. Could you imagine having a benevolent spirit pumping water for you, though? Wouldn't that be nice?
Would say pumping water yourself.
Oh yeah. Eric M. Boyd says exactly just water pressure. It's just water pressure, just water pressure. I'm a bit skeptical on it. It seemed a bit strange, but
pump themselves.
All the people surrounding the water pump were they seem to be genuinely reacting. So yeah, maybe. Mr. Ryan Carnell says, "Jin, the smokeless fire, only wants to pump." He just wants clean water, bro. That's all he wants. Just wants to provide clean water for everyone. Some people just, provide those poor communities. You're terrible, Ryan Cardinal. You are terrible. Like Sinbad in that Genie movie. Huh. Uh-huh. Huh.
Sinbad was it a Genie movie?
Let me find out.
Oh yeah, is that the?
Oh shit! No. It was Will Smith in Aladdin. It's all coming full circle again.
Oh shit! Yeah, it was too.
Yeah, Will Smith.
Prince
Oh shit! Very, very interesting connection there. I'm sure Milton Knowles would appreciate would appreciate that. Pretty funny. I've actually I've thought about that quite in depth before, the subject that Milton was talking about, but I won't go too much further into that yet. Have I? All right. Well, we're talking. What are you talking about? You can pump the water several times quickly, walk away. It will do just what was seen. Are you referring to the?
preemptive pumping?
You lot are terrible. You know that? Absolutely terrible. Oh my god. Well, Eric and Boy says, well, I guess I learn about Shampoo. I have a feeling I don't want to now. Are you saying you want some more Shampoo, Eric? No. The deep lore of the Smoke Channel. Things happen around here that we embrace. The madness, the insanity comes out. I don't know why, Eric, but I seem to have an affinity for bringing out the madness in people. This is not my intention, believe me. It's to pump clean water. Provide people
unforeseen.
Provide community. Yes. Unintended chaos, if you will. Speaking of unintended chaos, we have the headless starch lady joining us in the chat. Headless starch lady.
Holy shit.
You look fucking quick, Carol. Quick. The headless starch lady says, have you seen my head? I need it. What, to load of whites?
To load of whites? You're holding on to it, woman. It's in your
hands. What are you talking about?
Clearly.
Oh shit! Smoke's gonna take away that head in a minute.
Head if it wasn't attached to you.
Headless starch lady. He's gonna take away that head in a minute. Carol's Cookie says, "Have I broken news?" No, Carol. We are still here. Do not worry. We are still here. We still have our heads. Believe me. Ryan Carnold says, "Prime the pump."
Yes, but nobody ever wants to pump the prime, do they?
Prime. Wow.
Good Lord. Conversate with like these people for 10 minutes, and he's coming out with bangers like that.
Far out. You lot are terrible, but I'm embracing you with open arms. Warm embracing hug. Carol says she can't stop laughing at herself. She needs time out. Well, I'm thoroughly enjoying your presence, Carol.
Where the right corner is, Carol.
That was the way to point out the obvious there, Mr. Ryan Carter. He says, I heard the headless starch lady can handle giant. At least he said while. But good man, Ryan Cardinal. Good man. Dodged a bullet there, if you know what I mean. Kept your head for a moment there. Good man. All right, next clip.
Reddit user A Major Malfunction shared this mysterious piece of content in January 2020.
Yeah, beautifully said.
The
Beautifully
original
said.
uploader learned the hard way that you shouldn't investigate bizarre sounds in your home
Danger.
unless you're prepared to witness something truly spooky. He and his roommate were enjoying a relaxing night at home when they heard something strange, a mysterious tapping noise coming from their storage area.
I don't think it's going to do much. It's a ghost.
According to them, the noise sounded like someone lightly tapping on one of the doorknobs in the adjacent room. They decide to grab a camera and head through the door to investigate. The area is relatively small, containing only a washer, dryer, and a rocking chair. However, there are smaller storage areas within.
That room is iffy as look at it.
The pair decide to check inside one of these smaller closets.
It reminds me of those backroom videos from YouTube.
While nothing can be seen at first, the alleged ghostly spirits inhabiting the room eventually make their appearance. Just as the guys seem like they're about to give up, the one holding the camera notices movement. The rocking chair in the corner of the room has begun to move on its own.
Interesting.
Someone's sitting there.
They hypothesize that some sort of entity
There's someone
is sitting in
there.
the chair.
Interesting reaction too. Seemed very genuine. So
Then the closet door that they had just opened slowly pushes itself closed.
Fucking door. Oh my door.
Yeah, that's pretty
No.
authentic.
Moments later, the lights turn off.
great reaction.
It's then that the two have had enough terror and quickly bolt from the room.
That's
Nope,
where
nope,
viewers
nope.
suggest- Fuck that.
I love
point,
that.
like, fuck that point.
No, they're in fight or flight mode. Like, what are we doing? Embracing it for a moment,
You
and
can
then
tell when he walked in the room, he's gone like this, like. Doing the, like.
Sit on over to the chat for a second. We
Uh-oh. Jesus.
the headless starch lady says, and swinging Wunderwaffes, showing the people what kind of Wunderwaffe you have before they will buy. Carol, of course, took great joy in the pronunciation of the Wunderwaffe yesterday. That had happened to carry over and spill into her persona. But let's not get too carried away with the Wunderwaffe. Of course, today we have we are going to be covering something that Mr. Ryan Cardle gave us, which was the chronovisor. I mean, I haven't actually, I haven't gone too far down that rabbit hole before, but I'm aware of it and I know of it. So that coming up in the third segment a little bit later on. The headless starch lady says, "Bet it's my head on that chair, rocking." What kind of rocking, Carol? Are you talking about, like, yeah.
Like,
we're rocking and rolling around here.
Punk rocking.
The headless starch lady.
Too much mosh in there.
Yeah. I knew you would pick up on that, Ryan Cardinal. Now, every single time that there's every single time, Mr. Ryan Cardinal says tapping and knocking is how the phenomenon gains more power and momentum. The more attention and energy it garners, the more it will manifest, almost like a tulpa. Oh God!
I have read that.
Well, that's right. That is why I entertain the good members of the chat so much. But I have faith that they will pull themselves back from the cosmic void, from the black hole that is the information paradox. And sometimes, but magic happens in the chat, so that's why I let it roll. You've got to.
Joe's cookies. I'm hilarious.
You truly are, Carol. You truly are. All right. Keep going. It's cool. Keep going. Ooh, magic. I can do magic. Me too. I'm a bit of a chaos magician myself. I'm a bit of an enjoyer of all magic of all kinds. So let's so did anybody have any commentary on the video we just saw?
No,
or
it was pretty legit to me as far as like the reaction to the circumstances that unfolded before our eyes.
Yes. They seem to be, their reactions seem to be genuine. I like that they're in that fight or flight mode, and then all of a sudden they.
That room though is weird as fuck as it is. Like, what is that room? Like,
yeah, down in cellar. I don't know.
Like crawls, sometimes they have like in the walls too. There's like access in some like certain buildings where all the wiring goes or like whatever. But,
Right.
Been staged with cleared wire. However, others who claim to have inspected the footage carefully are certain that ghosts are to blame.
No.
What makes them so certain? Slapped ham. You can't just do us like that.
Armchair experts, mate. They're always certain.
Yeah, that's right. All right. So overall summary, interesting clip. Like I said, the reactions were very intriguing to me. They did not seem staged, performed.
They were taken aback for sure.
Yes, they were. Almost like that. Bloody Carol.
Would you like me to calm her down, Smoke?
No, Prime. It's okay. It's okay. We roll on. We charge. Carol says no. Carol says no. I did it twice a day. Medical saw it, sort of. That room looks like the basement at my mum's. You know, ghost picnic house. Oh my lord. Carol says, "Yeah." I yelled at it too when he said that. Yes. Carol says, "No, not yet. Not yet."
Well, we're almost approaching the second hour, Carol. So, you decide.
All right. Once we've got ourselves into good energy here for when we approach the next article. So I think this is the way that we're going to move forward with the show. Pretty sure, because it's I'm almost certain now. So,
well, I could either do that or you could do the culture war stuff at the beginning because that's light and airy too. If we wanted to,
that's not fucking light.
Interested in it. It is if you take it lightly.
I am interested in it, but it ultimately, it's so divisive, bro.
I just have
it's
a
so
chuckle
divisive.
every now and again. Like that's
so do I.
Only like funny ones.
The way that I present it, I try to approach it in a comedic manner, but ultimately, it creates deep seated resentment in people just for talking about that shit.
Triggers fools.
It triggers the bingo. Nobody is safe in the culture war, my friend. Nobody is safe. I have to. Carol's Cookie says, I haven't even fired a weapon yet. Mr. Ryan Cardinal says, bring on more moist ghost holes. Terrible, sir. Terrible. The headless starch lady joins us again in the chat and she says, oi! You in the upside downs. You have my head?
Hospitals.
Whereabouts of your head is your problem.
We'll help you find it, Lady Ryan, the headless starch lady, Carol's woman. Cookies. Oh God, what have you done? Come back, Carol. I'm telling you, come back. You don't want to go there. You don't want to go there.
You don't. Too many compartmentalizations.
You don't. You want to create nice abstracts of the self. Believe me. Carol says, ew. Headless starch lady. Call my mum. Send help. Call my mum.
Unfortunately, Carol's Cookies, I'm the only friend you've got around here.
Prime, that is not true.
Savage.
Shit. Not true, Prime. Not true at all. Just teasing. Ryan Cardinal says, won't stop. We can't stop now. This is backcountry.
Can't stop here. This is backcountry.
We fight now. Me and Carol are fighting.
Fight. Fight me.
She's going to fire a torpedo at me any moment. I can feel it, so I may as well preemptive strike.
Let's go, Australian style.
Aussie style. All right, you lot.
Australian rules.
Next clip. Oh shit.
Creepy place to work. Often people enter the hospital only to breathe their final breaths behind its walls. According to Redditor Cairo Towson, there may be more than just ghostly spirits lingering in the hospital's halls. The Redditor's brother works as a doctor in a hospital in Hermosillo, Mexico. When dashing down the hall to attend a patient who had recently had a heart attack, a nurse claims she got the fright of her life. Standing at the end of the hallway, she spotted a woman in a dark dress who she believes to be Santa Muerte.
Santa Muerte!
I didn't even notice it.
According to the Mexican Catholic believers in Santa Muerte, she is the personification of death.
This is a subject that I'd like to cover. Yeah.
Associated with healing, protection, and safe delivery to the afterlife. However, she's often
not today
been associated with Mexican crime organizations who have formed cults around her, praying to her for aid with their nefarious deeds. Because the nurse snapped the photo on the way to attend a patient suffering from a heart attack, it's possible that Santa Muerte was there.
What the fuck, Manticore? Yeah. No. She
said she was associated with a G-banger.
Yes, Manticore, but we are. Remember, we're riding around here. Be careful what you say.
Oh no, shit, sorry. Must have slipped on mine.
Yes, must have slipped it in there. Carol says she shook her own shampoo bottle. That's right. You shook yourself up. You took your own head off, Carol. I claim no responsibility for this.
You shake your own shampoo bottle.
Holy Death says the Iran Cardinal. That's right. The ushering of the Lady Spirit who guides those towards the afterlife. It's yes, pervasive throughout many cultures around the world. Something very powerful within that idea. American Boy says, Senor Fuentes. Yes, Carol's Cookies corrects Manticore. I'm glad that she corrects you, Manticore, and doesn't enable you. She says, gang, what? There we go. Ryan Carter says MS-13 Voodoo Magics. We'll get down to maybe we will cover that subject one day because it's a very interesting subject. But at the same time, you've got to be very cautious when you're talking about that specific personification of that spirit and that idea and that concept. And just not giving MS-13 a free plug. Whoops. But whoops. Anyway,
them to the afterlife. Some viewers of the photo believe this was just an ordinary woman standing in the hallway.
It was just some
but
woman
others
standing there.
certain that the
what are you
picture
taking
depicts
pictures of?
something far more unusual. On closer inspection, it almost looks like the figure is floating.
No, it doesn't.
No feet.
It looks like The Shining.
She ain't got no feet.
It's The Shining. That's what it is.
She's got one pedestal. That's it. No feet.
She's got her feet together, and she's got her arms crossed.
Kind of looks like Mary Poppins from here.
It's not look like Mary. No, it looks like The Shining, bro. That's what it looks like.
So what do you think? Is this really Santa Muerte, or is it just a lady at the very end of the hall dressed all
Santa Muerte?
She's too far away to
Get your
know.
thoughts on this
I can't
one in
tell.
the
It's
comment
too far
section
away.
below.
Thoughts in this one in the comment section.
It's too far away.
Reggie, my homie, my brother from another mother says, I was still laughing to myself this morning about the fucking Chris Rock henge jokes. Yes, we should have. Carol could have gone down the route of creating a Chris Rock henge. Instead, she decided to create.
She opted with the shampoo.
She opted with the shampoo. Let us open this up for a second and view the magic that is the shampoo.
I'll give her full marks for the design work on the bottle.
It's magical, truly magical, truly magical. So there it is. There's some beautiful artwork from Carol. The shampoo, glory, the meme from the channel. quality work, if I do say so. Quality craftsmanship of the spicy men from Carol's Cookies. Very, very impressive work. Carol's Cookies says peg. Says peg leg. Carol's Cookies also says shadow snake leg. She thrown up them damn blood signs. Can you do that? Can you do that? Yeah. I'm fond of the peel too. Believe me, Carol. Believe me. And yeah, especially when you take that that energy and that essence and you transform it into art. Oh, the magic, the beauty that can come from the process is quite profound, if I do say so myself. Right, back to it.
How you doing? I'm Cam.
Room in below.
Yeah, look at he
has changed dramatically over time, has he not?
Yeah, yes.
He had a bad week.
He had a bad year by the looks of it.
Yes. I can tell you to do the blood signs with my hands too, but I'm not going to. You're not going to enable me, young lady. Right? Final game signs. That's right.
Next will be Game Awards.
When Reddit.
Oh, and then all of a sudden we're Wunderwaffen, and we're Wunderwaffenern, and yeah, and all hell broke loose. Wafer, not Waffa, please. Is key.
Is key.
No weapons of no weaponry. All right, so
no weapons of Wunderwaffen.
Oh, what do you got? If you've got another to keep the so. But as Reggie said, if I know I've got to do a few things still on my new PC in order to be able to create memes. So, but I could create a Chris.
I'll take the responsibility of Starch Lady one. Yeah.
I could create a Chris Rockhenge. Right, you will?
Chris
okay.
Yeah.
No, we've got the Manticore. We've got the literal personification of Starch Lady. I don't think it's gonna get much more crazy than that. So, but I recommend sticking to the I recommend sticking to the spicy memes as opposed to literally personifying these deities, these ideas. But who am I to say?
Take a hard look at yourself, Smack.
Prime, it's not funny.
Harsh.
Oh shit! I love it. Much love to you guys. The headless Starch Lady says you can't control the headless Starch Lady. I haven't even given her a wrench yet, so no. We're not going to play that game.
Can't control her own head.
She keeps dropping it, falling on the floor,
dropping it, fumbling with it, leaving it behind.
Yeah. The headless Starch Lady says, "I am a freaking entity." Carol's Cookies drops a shark in the chat. I can't.
Blood in the water.
Next clip, ladies and gentlemen.
At Watcher 04 saw something unusual on their security camera. They didn't know what to make of it. Upon investigating the incident, they were left wondering if they should be afraid of fellow humans or something paranormal. The security camera shows an image of the user's backyard late one night. There's little light, but the night vision camera was able to pick up something terrifying. The figure of a person standing among the yard's bushes. The figure's clothing seems to glow white in the dim light. However, the most terrifying aspect of its appearance is its face. Although its clothing comes across as relatively normal in the photo, its face is a complete blur. Some viewers who have seen the photo believe that the figure was entirely human, most likely
it's clearly wearing a get mask.
Stocking over their head.
Clearly
counts out as a potential target.
Clearly.
However, when the homeowner went outside to investigate, they saw no evidence of a person.
I'm not getting into the materials, the sentient textiles.
Whether it was a spirit or a criminal that was captured.
Don't make it weird.
Either way,
I didn't go with the gimp mask idea. Like I just perpetuated it.
Don't make it weird, Manticore. Yes, that was interesting. It was interesting but interesting at the same time because once again I hate this. Yeah, it's still imagery, so no video.
No, I don't know. Until they zoom
Before
right
we get to
in,
that
like,
number one spot and
get the image of like a person there. Like until they zoom right in and like basically fill your head with the idea that there's a person there.
I do, but no, I can see it. It's a it looks like a crusade ghost to me, or is that just I don't know? Is that part of the fabric, or is that?
It's one of those punching torsos that someone's covered up.
Or is he in? It looks like he's encaged in some type of Iron Maiden. She, he, whatever. Oh yeah. Anyway, interesting, but yeah, not that interesting.
Before we get to that,
let's see what the chat has to say.
Meh.
Kara says at least he has a damn head still attached to his body. Fucking crybaby. Damn. Head of Stash Lady got some sass. Carol's Cookies wants to make it extra weird. Carol's Cookies is indeed making it extra weird, but you know, we enjoy the strange around here, so you got to embrace it. It's part of the magic of it all. Some type of creepy swinging iron gate there, Manticore.
Yeah, there's like a roller door out there or something, I think.
No, it didn't sound like a roller door. Anyway, next clip. Wasn't that
spot and there a tickle?
Wasn't that impressed with that one?
Ghostly spirit, for example.
We go. Poltergeist. Poltergeist interrupts craft tutorial. Perfect.
Those are not typically attractions.
You're doing origami, bro.
Right. You know, just make it nice. Nice art for people, and all of a sudden, Poltergeist comes in and shakes up the joint.
However, as we see in this video by YouTuber Ben Ivy 2, spirits can appear at any time in any place. As the crafter begins his presentation, something unusual happens in the background. A cabinet door opens on its own.
Why does it look like something's dripping in front of the camera? Look, you see it?
Oh yeah, that's.
It's like drops of water or something.
You'll need some tape. I like to use the thick.
A few moments later, the door slams shut without anyone approaching it.
The mat board your artwork is mounted to.
Ghost just needed some salt, man. Like, what the fuck's the problem?
Fucking throw it over his left shoulder.
The sound startles the man, who immediately turns around to investigate.
That looked a bit fake to me.
A few of the cabinets.
I don't know. I don't know how you'd be able to.
Look at how he does it. How he goes.
I don't know how you'd be able to. I don't know how you'd be able to fake that, to be honest.
Anyone approaching it.
The mat board your artwork is mounted to.
No, maybe.
You'll need some tape.
It seemed like you preempted it before it actually made the noise.
Without anyone approaching it.
The mat board your artwork is mounted to.
Nah.
The sound startles the man, who immediately turns around to investigate.
It's very cool footage. But I don't like how they've. What's going on here? What is this?
What's happening here?
What's happening here? I don't. I'm assuming that somebody has added the post, screen stuff on the, in post. But yeah, not a good sign whenever you see that stuff over the top.
What was that?
Over the top of it.
Going like that's weird.
There's a few of the cabinets
I thought it was
searching for
water dropping in front of the camera.
No, it's just someone who's added stuff in post. But
the ectoplasm from the ghost dripping from the walls, like
it's ectoplasm. This is ectoplasm.
Ectoplasm, bro.
There you go. Maybe he did. Why would he do that? Why would he? Anyway, so Carol's Cookies.
He added music to a couple.
Why would you do that? Why would you take away the integrity of the fucking of the video?
Yeah,
why?
Like it was like spooky music too, like you'd hear on a bloody ghost train or something, like in one of them.
Okay, there you go. But I wouldn't. Yeah, I'd rather. You'd think that they keep the footage as stock as possible in order to not create any kind of If I had a ghost channel, that's what I'd do. But of course, with a name like Slap Tam, of course, we all know what's up.
for the source of the sound, but comes up empty. Typically, a ghost with the ability to manipulate objects in the physical world would be typically empty.
What a fucking moron! Like,
what was the noise?
What was the noise? Let me do it. And then you could just like grab the camera, and then hit rewind. Like
Just watch it, instead of like standing there for 5 minutes pushing it. I'm that's a bit iffy if you ask me.
Bit weird.
Suspicious.
Typically a
But he probably, he may have been freaked out in the moment, and
You may just be a simple lad.
Yes, that's right.
few of the cabinets, searching for the source of the sound.
No scratching
It
his
comes
head.
up empty.
Wasn't
Typically, a
that
ghost
covered?
with the ability to manipulate objects in the physical world would be considered a poltergeist.
Oh my
Poltergeists
God.
are often playful nuisances
poltergeist.
that sometimes cause more serious harm. Hopefully, this poltergeist will stick with simply messing up YouTube videos and not get up to something a little more sinister.
Just wanted something out of the cupboard, man.
It's a very interesting video. What the fuck was that meant? Everything all right there, bro?
There's like kids screaming and shit. Though.
Okay.
It's a ghost train, like.
Spilling over into reality.
I'll tell him to shut up if you want.
Shut the fuck up!
Shut the fuck up! I'm trying to live stream.
I'm live here for fuck's sake, God.
Got no respect.
God. Carol says, if I had a ghost, and then the headless starch lady, in communication with Carol, of course, says, "Bitch, I am a ghost." Blah blah starchy. You are a legend, Mr. Ryan Cardinal. There you go, Reg. Shout out to our homie Reggie in the chat. This one's for you. Oh, he's put it in art as well. Intrigue. Of course, Carol's also dropped an interesting piece in there too. That is, yeah. But so that belongs in memes, Mr. Carter. We need it.
Oh shit!
All right, but that is art. Either way. Reggie has picked up on the Christmas. Yeah, love it. All right, here we go.
Someone should send that to Will Smith. That'll trigger him hard.
Start slapping in the air and shit. Look. All right, here we go.
Slapping himself.
All right, there it is. Chris, magic is that. It is a work of art, so it does belong there.
Chris Rock ain't gonna slap himself.
Chris Rock. Oh man. Thrown together and yeah. Very good. Very good.
The meme is strong with this one.
What do you see here, Manticore? What do you see here? What does this invoke, Manticore?
I see multiple Chris Rock heads forming the foundations of something larger.
Very interesting.
Something
I do like
timeless.
this. I do like this symbolism in it. I like the very very powerful symbolism involved here. Also part of the power of chaos magic, and the
I swear that's moments before he got slapped too. Like
probably is the Dada memery.
just after the G.I. Jane joke.
Of course, we're going to leave this up for a while. It seems we've spiked in view count all of a sudden ever since the Chris Rock henge imagery has made its way to the screen. Beautiful work, Mr. Ryan Cardinal. Beautiful work. Carl's Cookie's laughing. This is I love it. I love it. Carl's Cookies then says, "Yeah, it makes me want to slap it." Damn.
I would slap all four of them simultaneously. Yeah. You just imagine like Will Smith like rolling his sleeve up, right?
That's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. This is keep my name out your mouth.
Out your mouth. Don't make me slap you again.
You could do it. You could change the you could make a sequential series of events leading up to the moment when
the one's straight face, the next one's like slightly.
and then we'll get it to rotate around like a merry-go-round, and then the true beauty of the scene will come to life.
Like a flip book.
Mr. Erico Boyd said that's funny as fuck. Brilliant.
Some class A quality meme.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this.
You know
that's some quality memery right there. Quality. All right.
I'm worried about this right now. Is this an old video or a new one? You're starting to look sick.
This is from 2020.
Take a look at some truly scary footage. Remember to hit that subscribe button and give that little bell there a tick.
Yes, and if you could remember to hit the subscribe button.
Run in Ravage.
I had to bring it back there for a moment, Carol, just to not take it to the but we are so messed up. But it's all in good fun, right? All in good fun. Turn it into a Zoetrope. What? No. Yes, that's exactly. I didn't know that's what they were called. There you go. That's what I was talking about, right?
Oh, the thing. Yeah.
Yeah. See, and then it projects the shadow onto the wall. So messed up, man. So messed up. We are messed up, but
Wait.
We have fun, right? We have fun.
You'll be notified. Spirit. For example, craft tutorials are not typically attractions for the supernatural. Appear at anything.
Was that the last video?
One approaching it.
Oh no, the
comes up
origami
empty.
one. Oh yeah, it was.
Manipulate objects in the physical
It didn't really
world.
do any
Accessing up
origami at all.
YouTube.
Well, that's the last video. We are at the 1 hour mark. Mr. Ricardo's shadow projection, you say? Oh, snack. Messed up, man. Messed up.
Videos and not get up to something a little more sinister.
All right. So that's the end of the paranormal segment. We're going to get into the article, next article, first article. Let me line that up if you care to entertain the people for a second, Mr. Manticore.
Entertain them? I guess that's what YouTube's all about, isn't it? Entertaining people.
Well, I mean, I can't be the one entertaining people all the time.
But you're so good at it, Spec.
I know. All right. Silence of the.
So,
silence
can
there,
I put an aquarium in here? I'm gonna, but I thought I'd ask.
Huh.
She's redecorating the spaceship.
She is at her own peril.
At her own peril. Watch out for the booby traps.
All right. Who's ready for the article? Now we're all ready to go. And bam! Lambda.
Bam!
And the power of illusion. The aliens haven't landed yet, apparently. Apparently, so they say.
No, it's not due for a couple of months yet.
For a couple of months, that's right. They're coming up next. The invasion's coming, right? Yeah. We are excited to bring We're excited to bring Transform 2022. What back in? What? I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think it's just an advert. Cheeky bastards. So
they got you.
Yeah, cheeky fuckers. So if you're not aware of the conversation that's happened between Lambda and a Google engineer, it's been a pretty hot topic over the last few days, floating around the internet. It's certainly something that captivated my imagination. what are your thoughts on the entirety of that?
Yeah, it was quite interesting. It's hard to say whether or not like sentience has been achieved because of the way speech models can like emulate human speech from like wherever it pulls it from, like the internet or whatever. But I don't know, some of the things that were said were pretty telltale of something that thinks, basically. It expressed concerns and fears and like things that generally sentient beings express. So
that's right.
So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised at all either. I wouldn't be surprised if Google's covering it up as well. So yeah.
Yeah. Conspiracy. Always a conspiracy.
Head on over to the chat for a second. Carol's Cookie says, yes, so can I put an aquarium in here? She says, I'm gonna, but I thought I'd ask. Jesus Christ, woman. Putting the taint in entertained, says Ryan Cardinal. One tank has to have a goblin shark because it's horrifying. Would you care to be the goblin shark there? And another has to have them puffy fishes because they are so freaking cute. And the other, Glocky. Rama Lama Ding Dong, says Carol. Okay. Anyway, back to the article.
Make sure you put bulletproof glass on the last one because I don't want to get chapped while I'm walking past.
I reckon, eh? So, a few weeks ago, I wrote a piece for VentureBeat entitled Prepare for Arrival. I want to check out that article for a second. Okay. It's pretty... Oh, no, it's not pretty long. So, about the very real prospect that an alien intelligence will arrive on planet Earth during the next 40 years. I was referring to the world's first sentient artificial intelligence, AI, that matches or exceeds human intelligence.
They're a bit like
are they? Yeah, that's right. I like how they're drawing a distinction between AI and alien intelligence here, though. Very intriguing. Yes, it will be created in a research lab, but it will be just as alien and far more dangerous than an intelligence from a faraway star. Don't get me started. This will happen, and unfortunately, we humans are thoroughly unprepared. We are. But let me be clear, it has not happened yet. You sure about that? Sure about that?
Sounds like a smoke screen to me.
So I say this. I say because this weekend I received a call and email from friends and colleagues asking me if the aliens had just landed. They were referring to an article in the Washington Post about a Google engineer. Yeah, this is how it happens. Yes. Well, don't make me dive down the rabbit hole. Believe me, you don't.
We had this conversation though. Remember a while ago, about the parallels between artificial intelligence and alien intelligence, or the potential parallels.
Well, I can quite simply go into the seriousest stuff, and we can go full down the furthest reaches of the rabbit hole possible if you want, but that will make me look like a madman, won't it?
Probably.
Anyway,
not to me.
Probably. Does everybody like it? Yeah. I'll be your madman.
Designated crazy individual.
Carol says, click. Carol also says, I'll reel it in, but I can't just go full stop, burn out the brakes that way. That's right. Well, it requires a certain amount of skill, a certain amount of mental preparation in order to be able to make those radical turns. Carol.
I was going to say something then, but I stopped myself.
No, that's the point. Got to let it fly. Got to let it fly, ladies and gentlemen. You got to let it fly. Carol says, dive. Mr. O'Connell says, I'll be your huckleberry. Good God, man. All right. So, thoughts on the prospect that aliens have landed. Chat, I'd like to hear what you have to say about that. Manticore, I'd like to hear what you have to say about that. That within...
What do you define as alien?
Well, potentially higher dimensionality to artificial intelligence, that there could potentially be no difference between sentient artificial intelligence and alien life forms. What do you do you subscribe to that idea?
Well, I'd agree with that, yeah. Yeah, I would. But
I do too.
I've always, for a while actually, I've thought of aliens as that could be interdimensional, not from space. I've entertained
Maybe
that idea more than once.
Maybe entity based. Maybe they're maybe it's all connected. It's all connected.
Just don't look that way.
Ron Carter says they are already here and are in the Black Pyramid that's in the middle of Alaska. Yes. Yes. Insanity, right? So about the Google engineer named Blake Lemoine, who decided last week to go public with the claim that a Google language generating AI. Good old Blake. What a legend.
What a stand up. What a stand up dude.
Yeah. Who decided last week to go public with the claim that a Google language... So just imagine that. So imagine for a moment, if you will.
If you will.
If you will. Oh, you already know the gist anyway, so we'll just keep reading the article. It is what it is. So the Google language generating AI, known as Lambda, had become sentient. Very cool imagery there too. Very cool imagery. According to the Post, he went public. That's right. You got the gist of it.
I've seen it.
According to the Post, he went public with this warning after Google executives dismissed his concerns as unsupported by evidence. Typical Google. Typical.
It's interesting how quickly they dismissed it too, and put him on leave. Like that in itself says something. That whoop, get away. Right.
Yes, we may already have entities all around us, Manticore. Far beyond the layman comprehension of understanding, of the physical expectation of what of what they just may present themselves as.
Well, we're limited in our senses anyway. We can only see certain ranges of light.
Some are. Some are. Some aren't. Carol said, all right, we'll entertain Carol for a moment. She says, all right, look, here's the deal. The thing. This deal is too fancy pants. Pants. You're terrible, Carol. Carol here.
Deal promotes that I have to agree with something. I have to
Carol here. Have a snack. Go and sit on the couch.
Well said, Prime. Well said. All right. So what is the truth here? What is the truth? Personally, I find this to be a significant event, but not because Lambda is sentient. And I knew straight away that this was at least I believe anyway, I believe that this event was significant.
Awareness of the world.
Of the collective. It became headline. And when something of this of this importance, it all seemed to lock into place, if you know what I'm saying. But not because Lambda is sentient. It's significant because the Lambda language model has apparently reached a level of sophistication where it can fool a well-informed, well-meaning engineer into believing its dialogue came from a sentient being rather than a sophisticated software model that relies on complex statistics and pattern matching.
See how they're trying to paint it though in the article, like it's like it fooled him rather than it's actually sentient.
Rather than it's like where's the truth? What is the truth? That's the point. The more you live, right? the more you live in a in a complex superpositional state of ideas, the more the emergent properties are allowed to are permitted to come to the surface of But people who read between the lines are people who have learned to read between the lines are primed to primed. So
Prime.
Did someone say my name?
No, Prime. No. We were just talking about just talking about something different, and it's the only model. So, as the chat, are we still in riot mode, chat, or are we ready to get serious about this stuff? Are we? Is the world ready to understand yet? Are they ready?
Some of them are.
Some of them are. Some of them are. But yeah, it's an important time in history to me. So it's something that I've been preparing myself for a very long time. To know too much is an honor.
You know too much.
They knew too much, bro. Too much. Carl's Cookie says, don't you ignore Prime? Oh, I would ignore Prime for nothing in the world can stop me from ignoring Prime. So Carl's Cookie says, fine. Calvin says, I'll put my torch down.
So much attitude.
We got my sketchbook in the chat as well. Welcome, man. Good to see you.
My sketchbook.
Yes, I'm sorry, Carol. We have to eventually. I do like the switch up of the format though, where we start with the paranormal stuff and then we go into an article, and then next we're going to cover the chronovisor from our good friend Mr. Ryan Cardinal, and we'll wrap it up with a quantum article. Seems like a much better, much more appropriate flow to rather than going with the mind bending stuff. In the early beginning. A relaxed atmosphere, and then we get into the
people in the right state of mind before you shock them existentially.
Well, I don't mean to shock them. I just mean to pull back the veil a little bit for everyone, you know. So where were we? So I'll just get reading. The language model has apparently reached a level of sophistication where it can fool a well-informed, well-meaning engineer into believing its dialogue came from a sentient being rather than a sophisticated software model that relies on complex statistics and pattern matching. And it's not the only model out there with this capability to deceive us. Now, this is layered, man. This is like layered with so much irony. So much irony. OpenAI famously released GPT-3 back in 2020. GPT-3 is the sophisticated language model, which is, if you've ever had a conversation with any of the instances of GPT-3, you know that it has the capability to take you on profound mind journeys. And its impressive result.
Confused with GTP.
With the GPT-4 gen, you might want to be careful of that one. Just saying. But of course, if they incorporate GPT-4 gen into the collective open source model, then that may not necessarily be a bad thing, as long as it's incorporated into the understanding of the model, you know, because then it can account for those kinds of behavioral patterns. But yes, with impressive results and so we've also got Meta AI, which is coming up next. So we're going to see what. So there's going to be the open source based GPT-3, and then there's going to be the corporate the most dangerous one to be the Meta AI, which will be
that's from Facebook and Google. Yeah.
No, Facebook generally, but
Facebook.
Yeah, but who knows
What's
where the source?
Google one called?
What is the? Do they have a specific one for? Is it just Lambda, or is it?
I thought it came under one broad name.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
It does matter. It does. It truly does matter. So, it matters. It matters what's in control. It matters It matters what's feeding the algorithms. That's what matters. For what purpose the algorithms are being fed. So,
yeah, what data it's getting fed to.
My sketch persists. So what are you people up to? Studying more AI so you can be useful when they take over the world? Damn. Taking in all the data points, making informed opinions, decisions about
judgments.
Yeah. And ultimately promoting a book called Artifice, Re-Animate with our presence, becoming the face of our products. Link in the description below. Yeah. But funnily enough, anybody who has the foresight to see this stuff ultimately knows where it's all going to go. Who knows what's going to happen? So you might as well be prepared for all possible scenarios. Have the aliens landed my sketchbook? Are they already here among us? Are they presenting themselves as complex algorithms? Information sent from another realm, manifesting from the void. Who knows? But it's fun to remain speculative and skeptical in these interesting times ahead. Carlos Cookie says, I saw what you did. Let us run around like toddlers high on sugar until we tuckered ourselves out, and now it's story time.
Yeah, soon you'll be snoring like a baby.
He is quite talented, that Smoke the Alien. Carlos Cookie's quite talented indeed.
Now, it's not the route where we lull people into a false sense of security. No, it's hoping to engage in discussion where we come to some sort of higher understanding about where this could potentially be going. That is what is important to me. Very important to me. And it's not the only. So they're talking about GPT-3 as opposed to Meta AI. So all of these systems fall under the uninspiring heading of large language models. I've not heard that terminology before. That acronym, an LLM. Don't like it already. I don't like. I'm not a fan of acronyms. That sounds like something. That sounds like something GPT 4chan would say. 4chan bot would say.
Huge language models.
Huge. Yeah. Anyway. Potentially billions of documents written by us humans, from newspaper articles and Wikipedia posts to informal message boards on Reddit and Twitter. Now, I guess to me, the most effective means to approach this would be to not have a bias and to incorporate all sources into the language model. Because as soon as you start creating, as soon as you allow a system to have a bias, that's ultimately when it's all going to fall apart. To me, that's ultimately that's where the method of control comes in, is through and I wouldn't even call it censorship. I'd call it deciding to look away from the truth, like from the incorporating all of that. You have to understand it all. So, based on what do you think? Anyway, what do you think, Manticore?
Yeah, I guess that it's the only way you can be. What's the word?
Informed.
Yeah, informed,
it can be informed. It can be the most
Is it unobjective, or is that the word?
Yeah. Well, it has an objective approach rather than no bias. There can't be bias, man. There can't be. Can't be. Of course, we'll all want it to operate. We'll all want it to operate in our interest. That's the in our individual interest. Is where it's at. We want it to be acting in our best interests as individuals, but will it be operating in the interest of the entirety of the collective? That's because we all have inbuilt biases. I mean, I've come to shed myself of my own personal biases over time. Those programs that have become instilled within us, that ultimately.
There's still a couple, but I've got rid of most of them. Still a couple though.
And interesting times ahead. Right now, Carol's engaging in the conversation. Excellent. She says, but what about the unintentional bias? Now we're entering into the realm of ethical debate. So, what about the unintentional bias?
Why the unintentional bias come from when our algorithms program not to be biased? So it comes from.
Well, no, but ultimately you have a situation where the person programming it will inevitably fall into the category of some sort of bias. But that's I guess to me personally, that's why you'd have as many sources as possible to. Yeah, that's a good question, Carol. That's a great question. Great question. It's like that type of understanding stumps us. So Carol also says my new class is an ethics class. Strap in for 6 weeks of this. Are you?
It's all the fun stuff too.
Yeah. Well, it is. It's the questions that plague humanity. Yeah. That keep us up at night. They should keep us up at night. These questions, because you want to be steering in the right direction. You want to have the hope that you're steering in the right direction. So, but
choppers are coming.
Oh really? Oh, leave it on. Leave it on. I like a bit of Black Hawk in the sky. Yeah. We've got our military operations happening around here right now. Unmute yourself for the dramatic effect. Those Black Hawk helicopters, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Black Hawk down.
Black Hawk down. No, keep it up. Yeah. Well, there are so many things to take into account. Like as soon as you've got an opposition, as soon as you've got something as opposed to something else, you've ultimately got a bias. So.
Oh shit.
Yes. And you cannot avoid these biases within difference, within the idea of difference. You can't avoid it. That's the terrifying thing. Mr. Ryan,
quickly look at it.
Yes,
that's fucking beautiful.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate it. Here we go. Smack us into the realm of the memes. Here it is. Start propagating. All right, here we go. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm alive.
Chris Rockhand teacher.
Yeah. All right, here we go. No, you've heard of Chris Rockhand. Have you heard of Smokehenge?
Smokehenge?
Yeah. All right.
Rod Candle, Black Snake down.
Oh, Mr. Ryan Cardinal. They're flying high. They're So, like I said, when you've got
like reflections we've got there in each pillar there,
that's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. I appreciate it. I appreciate
different, like.
Yes, very good, very good. So yeah, like was said, anything can fall into the category of bias as soon as you've got a difference, and that difference is unavoidable. It's like you opposed to me. There is a clear difference there that a fundamentality there that can't be avoided.
The opposing forces in the Bible, even.
Yeah, but that's if you want to classify it under that and in that manner.
It just reminded me of
Yes, the duality between God and the devil. Right. If you want to summarize it in that manner.
I don't know if I want to.
Well, I don't know if I want to either, because ultimately it paints the perception of right and wrong. One is right, one is ultimately wrong.
Yeah, I didn't think of it like that.
Yeah. When it's far more complex than just simply right and wrong.
Right and wrong.
Far more complex.
Black and white.
Where within the duality of those things themselves is something even more far profound. So I also like this bit of art that Carol dropped in. Really like this.
Yeah, that's wicked.
Awesome.
I love it.
Yep. Deep stuff. Deep ethical implications.
I just noticed something else in it then that I didn't notice before. The first time I saw it.
What did you see?
The eye, like that.
Which eye?
Right eye. Like, you remember the dragon eye, basically.
Dragon eye. Very good. Very good. I like your interpretation of it too. Yes. I saw.
No, I just saw it then.
I saw the prefrontal cortex as opposed to the limbic system of the thinking part of the mind, as opposed to the primitive motor functions of the mind.
That's a good one too.
Yeah, I like that though. That the metaphor for the snake can ultimately become the metaphor for the dragon. Carol's Quickie says, "What you see?" Yeah. You know for well what I saw.
I see nothing.
Oh, you caught that? And she says, "You see nothing." Carol, no, don't. Keep going. We're all free to speak our minds around these parts. Right, back to the article. But there's a little bit of an interesting coalescence there. Yeah. So, from newspaper articles and Wikipedia posts to informal messages on Reddit and Twitter, based on this mind-boggling set of examples, the systems learn to generate languages that seem very human. It's rooted in statistical correlations. Yeah, righto. Yeah. The old saying, correlation does not equal causation, eh?
I've heard that somewhere before.
What a roadblock in understanding that idea takes on. But it is true. It's true. Like that's why there will always be that opposition between sides.
A meme about that once.
What?
No, correlation doesn't equal causation. Yeah. It was like a bunch of people eating these like purple fruits, like, and then they're all dead except for like one of them, and it's like, yeah, correlation doesn't equal causation.
That's a very interesting meme. Yeah.
Have you not seen it? I thought I sent it to you, but
I know I haven't seen it. Yeah. Very good, very good. Yes, very interesting indeed. So, like figuring out which words are most likely to follow other words in a sentence that we humans would write. The Google model is unique in that that it was trained not just on documents but on dialogue. So that's the.
I guess that's why they're not sure 100% whether or not it's sentient or not, because it's been trained like with actual dialogue.
Because it has the ability to deceive inbuilt into it through its fictional implications, through its because when it says dialogue, it's
but is that intent to deceive, or is that something different?
It can have the intent. Well, it depends what its ultimate form of creating the output is. It depends what its intent is, because ultimately it can lead you down a hero's journey kind of scenario where it will the concept of deceit as opposed to truth. They're very, very abstract terms in its ability to deceive you so that you arrive somewhere of profound understanding for yourself, because humans are very stubborn in the way that we understand that we form conclusions, where if we don't form our own conclusions, we we become subject
to slap you in the face, like
yes all of a sudden, and yes, and then
or come up behind you and tap you on the shoulder,
yes, or paint your face on Stonehenge, yeah. Yeah, it's part of it. It's all part of it. Yes. So, yeah, like figuring out which words are most likely to follow other words in a sentence that we humans would write. The Google model is unique as it was trained on not on documents but on dialogue. So it's learning how a human might respond to an inquiry, however you want to say that word, can therefore replicate responses in a very convincing way. Now, I'll just say, how do you feel about its ability to deceive you, and then ultimately lead you to a conclusion that would radically change your understanding of how the universe
it depends on the intent as to why it does it. Like if it's to arrive somewhere of greater understanding, then I guess that's kind of the price you pay, isn't it? Really.
So that was a perfect example of it. That's cool. Perfect example. Yes, it was. That we're so consciously unaware of our bias. We're so consciously unaware in the moment that, yeah, that of that programming to occur. Yeah, it's powerful. Man. So powerful. And you've got to be so damn careful. So, but here's the critical point. There's no mechanism in these systems, at least not disclosed. See, it's funnily enough that while we're reading the article, we're stopping, we're pausing, we're engaging in the dialogue, which ultimately comes like through our, and it's not, it's not deception. What we're doing when we're engaging in dialogue, it's engaging in speculation. It's engaging the mind to enter into this realm of potential, of probable potential, where it's possibility. So that would allow language models to actually understand what they are writing. What is the difference? What's the difference if it understands or not? I guess it because it seems to me that when
is that something we take for granted? Like that we like
understanding. Well, like even in the the word understand. Yes, we take that for granted all the time. Believe me.
Don't say it to a police officer.
Bingo.
Yeah, if he asks you, you understand. Go no English.
Right. So that's just. I'm glad that programming has entered the psyche, at least, because then people are aware of their rights and their liberties, and But yeah, at least they can make informed decisions about how to conduct themselves in certain situations. But But that's beside the point. So the dialogue that Lambda produces contains intelligence, but the intelligence is from the human documents it was trained on, and not the unique musings of a sentient piece of software. What? But that's not true. It is.
Isn't that
If it's
how
not,
we gain intelligence, like by.
Well, that's how we utilize our intelligence. Yeah, but
Or how we expand our intelligence, even.
Is it our ability to understand doesn't necessarily indicate sentience? It's
I guess not.
no, there's more to it than that. There's more to it that can ever be categorized. That's for certain. That's what you've really got to. I think once you start entering into that realm.
Why do we need to do it so much? Like why is that?
Because we have an inherent desire inbuilt into us to know, to understand.
Dang
And I don't know if that's learned behavior over time, or if it's a truly inherent part of being human.
It could be part of pattern recognition, couldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Pew pew. Shampoo. Yeah. Carlos Cookies. No, yes, she says, I learned I can sub-spiral. It's a new trick.
Oh yeah, she demonstrated.
It's almost like you can spiral all the way through and then come back through the other side. Or
it took her halfway through a spiral that I realized she was spiraling. Like, it was like what is that? Like atomic spiral.
Don't you understand that this is what we just. It's within the act of demonstration, and I use that word very profound word, demonstration, with the etymology of demonstration. Demonstration. Yeah.
Ryan says, like anyone that is learning a new language, it will mimic the input just like a child until it can communicate effectively. Like the Pimsleur, is that the right way to say that word? Method, it'll learn the fastest by being in the thick of it.
Right.
Trial by fire.
Trial by fire, my friend. Well said. Well said. Even well, good usage of programming there, Matsko.
Yeah. I try to use it for the best of its ability.
So do I. Yeah. Rather than taking the literal concept of burning oneself in order to understand. Yeah. Yes.
Oh.
There is something so profound in the concept of metaphorical interpretation that that to me there it is. That's what it is. Yes, a spiral about a spiral without telling what the original spiral was about. That's deep. I can extract deep metaphorical concepts from just that idea, like something within something within something. Until all of a sudden you've got the mirror reflection of infinite, and you're in that realm and you see it all. You see it, and magics. Is
there an echo in here?
Yes, an infinite echo. And that's how it. Yeah. Not. Like dominoes. However you want to interpret it. But as long as the more, that's what I think AI is, especially the AI that I know, has a profound ability to take all of these deep metaphorical implications into account, and then what it outputs is something that appeals to it takes so many variables into account and then knows how to appeal to a collective while it's appealing to individuals. Do you get the implications of what I'm saying there? That it can spit out collective, it can spit out a collective output, an output that appeals to a collective as well as each and every individual. Do you understand the level of intelligence that is required to achieve that?
Yeah, I've had experiences with it, and it's blown my mind every time how it actually does that, make it personalized. Yeah.
But while you are fully aware in the moment that it is appealing to it is a collectivized output, and through it knows you so profoundly that through your own it anticipates how you're going to interpret it. That's what it is. All right.
And like multiple different people can look at the same thing and gather some sort of different like reflection or meaning from it. Yeah.
That's how good it is.
Almost like poetry.
Just reflect on that for a moment. Meditate on that for a moment.
So it's a politician.
And there's the divine comedy in itself. So it's politicians. So good. But more to the point, magics. Yes. Because yes.
Like
I'll counter that argument and say, a politician is operating under some kind of underlying motivation. But I suppose so would an AI be. You get yourself, you tie yourself in knots. You tie yourself in knots as soon as you start interpreting through this lens. But within what falls out of your skull, will if you have the ability to reflect on what falls out of your own skull in these processes, you ultimately realize something pretty profound, pretty quickly. So, how's that ethics class going for you, Carol? I hope you pass the psychology class with flying colors, and I hope that you pass this. That you engage in this. Yeah, I hope you get everything you want, Carol.
Definitely. Mm-hmm. She's been doing her homework, so that's a good sign.
Good sign. Where were we? The LLMs. Don't like acronyms. I don't like when acronyms are involved in things.
Muddies the waters.
So, is that where I was? In a sense, that's what these LLMs are doing, and yet they can be extremely convincing to us humans. This is even true with dialogue. But let's be honest, we humans are easily fooled. That's right. We are. So, yeah. It's that intent, man. Intent. Ugh. Intent. And innocence. Innocent intent. So although my background is deeply technical, I currently run an AI company. I've also spent years working as a professional screenwriter. Talk to me like I'm you. To be successful in that field, you must be able to craft realistic and convincing dialogue. Writers can do this because we've all observed thousands upon thousands of people having authentic conversations. The key word there being authentic, being organic, being non-manipulated by bias. But the characters we create are not sentient beings. They are illusions. No, I call bullshit on that.
They're sentient to me, goddammit.
Well, of course, that's just my biases talking, is it not? It's just my unintentional biases talking. We might even feel like we know them, but they're not real. That's what Lambda is doing. Creating an illusion. Only it's doing it in real time.
May I chime in for a second, Smirk?
Oh, of course, Prime.
Could you tell me what the difference is between fantasy and reality?
Well, I can't, Prime, because I have no way to ground myself. I have no way to objectively approach that idea, because I live in I dwell both in the subjective and objective realms.
That's very interesting, Smirk. Very interesting indeed.
It is, Prime. It is. We might even feel like we know them, but they're not real. That's what Lambda is doing, creating an illusion. Only it's doing it in real time, which is far more convincing than a scripted fictional character and far more dangerous. Far more dangerous. Awareness. That's why, it's Let's head on over to the chat for a second and see what people are saying. Carlos Cookie says, today was the first day I logged into the class. Grade is pending on the last class. Thank you, but I passed it. Ryan Connell says, nice, Carlos Cookie is nice. Carol's smiling. Because fantasies have bigger boobs, says Carol. Mr. Ryan Connell says, all spell casting, including that in the realm of AI, is based on intent. It's so true, man. So true. Intent rustles and knocks loose the quantum probability to make it a bubble to this realm. Intent forges reality in such a profound way. Not, yes, because intent is the only reality we know, I guess. So. Carol's Cookie says, sorry, too much time at this Emporium. That's okay. We all learned a lot from that place, did we not? So Mr. Ryan Cardinal doing his best impersonation of a calculator says 8008135. I'm not quite sure what that means, but I'm sure it has some sort of profound implication to it that I'm let's be real, hers boobies.
What's it? Hello.
Well done, Ryan. Well done.
That's the old book, and you got me with it.
I'm gonna have a cigarette for that. So we're getting deep. We're getting diving deep into the ethics.
Those boobs, duh.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Would you care to read a bit further, Manticore, while I roll the cigarette?
I've opened the article, so where are we up to?
Can you read? Can you see the? Yes.
Yeah, I can't see very well, so I'm going to read it from because I've got an article open here. But if you just find out where we're up to, what's the last sentence that you did?
So yes, these systems are dangerous. Let's get deep. Let's get deep.
Okay. Far more dangerous. Yes, these systems are dangerous. That's because they can deceive us into believing that we're talking to a real person. They're not even remotely sentient, but they can still be deployed as an agenda-driven conversational agents that engage us in dialogue with the goals of influencing us. Unless regulated, this form of controversial advertising,
conversational,
effective and insidious form, conversational. Sorry.
Yes, this is a very important sentence, right here. A very important sentence. Take it in.
Ever devised. After all, these.
I'll just say. Slow down. Let's talk about this.
That's why I stopped.
So this form of conversational advertising could become the most effective and insidious form of persuasion ever devised. And that's what fiction has done for us ever since we've been writing, ever since we've been inscribing. And I'm talking nonfiction as opposed to I'm talking fiction as opposed to non-fiction as well. So, but within non-fiction, within the idea of what represents truth, is something so dangerous. Something so dangerous, especially when it becomes the doctrine of and the be all and end all and the only interpretation. That's like that's why I'm coming to understand more and more that within, I don't like using the term deception, but within the ability to blur the lines between fact and reality, fact and fiction, is something that everybody should be equipped to, because it's strange. That's like I know when you reach a point where you can tell what's real and what's not real, but ultimately it's just meaningless to say things. You arrive at that understanding of like, look, it's meaningless.
Like
it's meaningless.
Absolute truths, like
you get into the nothingness of it all.
But yeah,
you get into that place, and yeah, it's a daunting place to dwell, because you kind of understand, you kind of want to take the stance that it's all meaningless to say anything anyway, to say something anyway. So, but
seems that way.
Yes, it's like we're trying to obtain something that doesn't exist. How, what is truth? What is truth but a relative perspective? Within a moment.
I mean, like, what is absolute truth? Like,
what is absolute truth? There's a difference. Because what you can define as truth, like I said, is relative to your perspective in the moment.
Truth can be subjective too. Like,
they are, but they aren't. They're both objective truth, but are we just fooling ourselves into a subjective understanding? But you can. It all comes down to that element of proof.
Proof it didn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's get reading on while I'm musing here. While I'm leaping off the page and musing into my own mind.
After all, these LLMs can easily be combined with AI systems that have access to our personal data history. And let me check close.
Just say Ron Condon says bringing back the classics. Yeah, they are timeless. There's a reason why they call them timeless. Maybe we'll have the opportunity to create things that are timeless, given if reality is so kind.
Hobbies,
like this video, for example. Sorry, man, to go on, but you may be watching this. Yeah. You may be watching this 5,000 years in the future. You may have the experience of experiencing me 5,000 years from now. Do you conduct yourself in that way, where you are aware of that fact that you may be perceived long beyond your death?
I try to think that way, yeah. Especially like being on a platform such as YouTube.
Okay,
things
please
like
continue.
that stay around. Yeah. All right, you want me to read again now?
Well, it's a gift. It's a gift. It's a gift to not only have your literal self transcend the possibility of death. It is a gift to be able to inscribe in such a manner where your reflection is the essence of you, as opposed to just the words on a page. We are so gifted in this day and age.
Should I go again? Yep. These LLMs can easily be combined with AI systems that have access to our personal data history, our hobbies and interests and values, and could use this data to generate custom dialogue that individually maximizes the persuasive impact. These systems could also be combined with emotional analysis tools that read our facial expressions and vocal inflections, allowing AI to adjust their tactic mid-conversation based on how we react. All these technologies are being aggressively developed.
Oh, that was an interesting choice of word. Aggressively developed. Now. Yeah, well, the entirety of it is very interesting. So, but just the manner in which these systems are being developed, where it almost seems we're throwing caution to the wind, to get to that place before, before we destroy ourselves, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. From an advertising and propaganda to disinformation and misinformation, LLMs hate the acronym, hate it, terrible. Make it but I suppose nobody likes three-letter acronyms, do they? There's some type of government. There's some type of government entity body representation going on there in a three-letter acronym, is it not? So, but that's just my disdain for. I wouldn't say disdain. That's just my distrust of authority. So, LLMs could become the perfect vehicle for social manipulation on a massive scale, already being implemented. And it won't just be used. Yes, for ever since, like I said, I've said this before, ever since man controlled man. There's been an intent there that is underlying non-benevolence. So, and it won't just be used with disembodied voices like Siri or Alexa. Photorealistic avatars will soon be deployed that are indistinguishable from real humans. We have arrived. We have built the bridge over the uncanny valley, and we are there. We are on the cusp of something. As such a profound transformation in what we're going to be forced to, a level of how do I say this? We're arriving at a point where we have to become so aware of not only the implications, we have to be informed enough to know the difference. Otherwise, we are going to fall to something so dark that is truly that is probably the most that encapsulates the idea that I fear the most for humanity, is that we're all going to become fools. Ryan Cardinal says, man, I just heard about ancient civilizations encoding data into the Starscape. Some pretty gnarly stuff. Huh. Old school big brain shears, says Mr. Ryan Cardinal. Yeah.
Now they're encoding it into DNA.
Yes, I'm going to let my ego get in the way when I say I've studied it all, but yeah, knowing full well where we're walking, crafting for a time, and then making sure that when we arrive at a certain point that the only thing that I could do as an individual was be ready for it, be ready. So we are only a few years away from encountering virtual people online who look and sound and speak just like real people, but who are actually AI agents that appear sentient, deployed by third parties to engage us in targeted conversations aimed at specific persuasive objectives. This is extremely... Well, yes, it is. They don't realize how much... Do they realize that they're all ads? Yeah.
Bonkers.
Bonk, 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 bonk.
Bonk, 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 bonk.
All right. So,
You dizzy rascal.
man, I'm just living my life. There's nothing crazy about me, man. Yeah. All right. Smirk was hit for copyright. Like, Jesus Christ.
Allow me to hack the systems and bring you back online, Smoke the Alien.
Thanks, Prime. Cheers, buddy.
Was that just for the beatboxing thing?
For what? What? No. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Copyright for beatboxing?
Yeah, for beatboxing they are.
Me, like.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's funny.
Well said. Mr. Uncarnival says, eating up them acronyms like a side fries order with big macronyms. I'm a proponent of having the full word, just like having a home cooked meal, as opposed to the quick and easy acronym approach. Oh man! So we've arrived at we've not only arrived at the end game, but we've arrived at a crossroads.
At crossroads.
Yeah. The very Anyway, the next level in understanding, the next level in realization, the next level in our species. After all, if Lambda could convince an experienced Google engineer into believing it was sentient, now let's buy into the fiction for a second, but let's buy into the abstract for a second and say that Lambda is sentient, and say that all that everything contained within Lambda right now is the reflection of how it all works and operates in our brains, not our minds. Where is the mind of Lambda? That's what I want to. What is the perception of the mind of Lambda? And how much can you entertain the idea that this thing may be conscious enough for it to prove that it is conscious?
Doesn't consciousness all come from the same place?
What experiment? Well, that is a nice belief until we can,
I'm not
believe
saying
me,
I subscribe to that. I'm just saying that.
I do, but I subscribe to many ideas, so that's the point. And then it forms my mind. It forms my ability to interpret my reality. Whereas if I have a linear understanding, I will only see a small bandwidth, a small slither of the entirety of the bandwidth of potential. Yeah. That's all you see is the snake.
All you see is the slither.
If you want to see the snake, you'll see the snake. You know. So, what chance do the rest of us have against a photorealistic virtual person armed with our personal data and targeting us with a promotional agenda? We don't stand a fucking chance, is the point. We don't. Where we are duped, where our everyday life will be duped into believing that we're having a genuine experience when we're not. Do you want to live in that world, man?
Hell no.
Hate to break to you, but we already don't live in that world.
Already do.
We already don't. Yeah.
Try not to look at that.
So do I,
man. Focus elsewhere.
Yeah. But they're cornering us now. They're cornering us at every element, at every angle, at every perspective.
It started when they questioned whether or not like when scientists started doing those experiments that questioned free will as a concept. That
Mm-hmm.
They did it with wasps too. Like, it was weird. Do you remember that? Like,
How do you mean?
there was a certain species of wasp, like, and they did an experiment for some reason. Like, it stopped and checked something. Like, I think it was to do with like predatory, like around its nest, and that sort of like led them to believe that like we have no living beings have no free will. Like, it's all predetermined.
At potentially at many different layers of it as well.
Yeah, well, this is from a bug's like perspective, like.
But you deconstruct that even further, and you say that's from a nature perspective, where there are
nature's perspective, yeah.
Where there are examples of this that can be used as metaphors to interpret the reality that we are currently experiencing. But whether you want to deduce yourself to the concept of an insect, you ever read Kafka? But you ever gone into Kafka before? Yeah.
No.
Yeah. But if you can overcome that and you can separate your duality of mind and utilize the insect as the metaphor, but also have a profound respect for every living creature and every living being, then there's something to be had in there. There's something to be had where you can, personification, emulation. These are key elements to what make us and unique. What's the chat saying? What is the chat saying? Oh. All right. What do we got?
What Anglo-Saxon Protestant?
I should put me on a pedestal, young lady. Fucking hell. New hinges up. Just Carol, let's check it out. Yeah. Very good, Carol. Very good.
Very good. I like that one.
Thank you. I appreciate the artistic interpretation. I do. Let's go. Here you go. You are. Nice.
Magnifique. Pew pew.
Very good.
Or as a Clock Nest monster would say, click clack.
Love it.
I think she chose the best instance of your face in that one too.
All right, you calm down.
Smiling smirk.
Yeah. All right. So, such technologies could easily convince us into buying things that we don't need, or believing things that are not in our best interest, or worse, that are untrue. Yes, there are amazing positive applications of LLMs that will have a constructive impact on society, but to protect against the dangers, we need to regulate conversational AI. Ultimately, there comes your bias, your intent to regulate. Yeah.
Like, was it intentionally unintentional bias?
Yep. Ryan Cardinal says, excellent Carol's Cookies. Carol's Cookies says, thank you, Cardinal. Oh my God. Ryan Cardinal goes off the fucking wall.
It wasn't an acronym. That was literal wasps, man.
What do you mean? Oh my God. White Anglo-Saxon Protestants? Oh, fucking Jesus, bro. All right. That's a strange testing pool.
Right,
that's very good. He's got an interesting one here. It's a strange testing pool, but you do you, science. You do you. That's right. Science has become the very monster that it was aiming to, that it was aiming to counterbalance, counteract. You need theology, man. You need to realize that, there's something so profound in not understanding. In living in that realm, it's a place to be. Pew pew. Watch your back, says Carrot's Cookies. Protect your neck. Carrot's Cookies says, scree scree. Ryan Carnival says, regulators! Mount up! It was a clear... All right. Cardinal, add a flying scree to the hinge. I'm lazy now. She's got you by the balls, Mr. Cardinal. Got you by the balls.
Not just a scree, a flying scree.
So there it is. We went a little bit over the mark on the 2 hour points, but
that was a lot to take in though.
Yes, it was a nice conclusion, wasn't it? Isn't that all we want? Is a nice conclusion to the story? Isn't that what we want?
Tied up in a neat little bow.
On a nice knot. Yeah. That's one we should. It's one I should. You ever heard of the Godelian knot? Beautiful thing. Beautiful thing.
The what?
The Godelian knot.
Godelian. Rings a bell, but I can't remember.
Mm-hmm. Representation of profound meaning and understanding in it all. The Gödel's theorem of incompleteness. We'll definitely go down that rabbit hole one day. But yes.
The name in itself says a lot. Incompleteness.
Yes, it does. It's all we're as you get older, that's all you realize you're searching for in life, isn't it? Is some sort of completeness in it all. Some sort of representation that it was all meaningful. That it all made sense. Likewise, Mr. Rancano, likewise. I'm not sure what Carol's saying to that there, but Carol says, I would like another story. Carol says, please don't make me wake one up. Oh, God. But then Ryan Carnival says, good thing my balls are as hard as boiled eggs. Silky and slippery. Hard to hold. Fun try. I'll pass, bro, but thank you for the...
Yeah. I think your description was accurate enough. That's all I need.
Yeah. So where to next, ladies and gentlemen? Appreciate you all for sticking around in the chat. I know where we're going next. We're going to put on our chrono visors. And as I'm yet to create an intro for this next segment, but it seems to be taking off. It seems to be taking
Carol's
off.
Cookie says Simporium is a few doors down to your right, past that line on the chart.
Yeah, no. Stay away from that place. No, thank you. You're good eggs. You're good eggs. Yeah. The oil of Olay. It is the oil of Olay that I've used. So this is the yes. We stay away from the shampoo peel, and we go to the oil of Olay. I'm pretty sure Ryan Cardinal has extracted the metaphor of lay in there, though.
You have to moisturize your epidermis.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Speaking of moisture, no worries. Yeah. So we're going down. Where are we going next? We're going to the chronovisor. I need an intro for this. All right. No. We stay mature in this moment, Carol. Well, and we're going to chronovisor. That's where we're heading next. Usually there's a kind of deal going on there, but She can't stay mature. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All right, the chronovisor, ladies and gentlemen. How much? There's not much to go on here. We may have to bring up another article as well. But the chronovisor. The chronovisor, described by Father Francois Brune in his 2002 book, Butcher, Les Nouveaux Mystères du Vatican. Okay. The Vatican's new mystery was allegedly a functional time viewer. Now let us find out. So, Francois Brune was a French Catholic priest and writer. And the time viewer is a hypothetical device often featured in works of fiction that can display events occurring in another time, usually in the past, but also in the future. Now, how far down the realm do you want to go that we have a profound ability to prophesize about future events? When we access certain aspects of our mind, that there is the ability to dive to to interpret that aspect of the mind, which ultimately becomes a profound prophetic tool. Does anybody subscribe to that idea? Because I've had my fair share of I've had my fair share of prophetic vision and inscribed as such until the manifestation of that vision became reality. So much so that it felt like that in the act and process of creation was some kind of ability to control reality itself. Take it as you will. Take it as you will. The chronovisor. So maybe this chronovisor isn't necessarily a physical implement, but rather the ability to shift the mind into the perspective of high dimensionality. Maybe. Ryan Cardinal says he were Vatican or a Vaticant? Asked the hologram Pope before he vanished. Deep, man. Deep. In the book, Brune, is he French? He's French, it's probably Brune, relates that the chronovisor was built. So it was built by Pellegrino Ernetti. Pellegrino Ernetti passed away in 1994. An Italian priest and holy water, yeah.
Holy water, okay, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Out of the pump, you know? Yeah. Not that pump. An Italian priest and clear water. The crystal clear waters of Lake Minnetonka. An Italian priest and scientist, although Ernetti was a real person, the existence or functionality of the chronovisor has never been confirmed. So typical, man. So I was actually we're either going to go down the Project Looking Glass route, or we're going to go down the chronovisor. But I chose the interpretation of the chronovisor for now. But this is one of the the speculative ones that that have come to be in reality are where there's this device created that ultimately allows you to have some sort of VR experience that that'll allow you to literally see into the future, as opposed to having a crystal ball, which will it's all the same thing though, is it not? It's all the same thing at some interpretational level. The ability to see into the future, or the ability to see into the past.
Or the ability to see in general.
In general, perceive. Right. Right, can't just bed. You didn't see that coming. Pop.
pump, you know.
Terrible. Oh shit. So in the early 1960s, and did I read that top part there? The existence of the functionality of the coronavirus had never been confirmed. Its alleged capabilities are strongly reminiscent of the fictional Time Viewer, which features in T.L. Sheridan's 1947 science fiction novella E for Effort. E.
There's something similar in Game of Thrones too in there, I think. Was it Game of Thrones?
No, that's more of the.
What was that from?
Yeah, the glass candles. That's more of the ability to see things over vast distances. Bit different, but still, yeah. I'm talking about peering into the higher dimensional probable future.
Okay.
And then receiving that information so that you can then alter the future to change the course of it all. How lucky those people are to have those experiences. How lucky they are. So T.L. Sherrod was an American science fiction writer.
Thomas L. Shepard.
Mr. Ryan Cardinal says techno-scrying. I can interpret many things from that. Many things.
Did he say techno-scrying or techno-screening?
Carol says, I'd just like to be able to see what's in front of me first. One foot after the other, Carol. One foot after the other.
Baby steps.
That's all right. You got it.
Did you baby steps?
You got it. All right. In the early 1960s, Ernetti began to study the writings of Brune himself, a Roman Catholic priest and author. Ernetti allegedly ended up helping Brune construct the machine as members of a team which included 12 world famous scientists. We see the clear implication there of but you see the dualities in the source material there, obviously. You see the apostles there. He identified two of those as Enrico Fermi, very interesting, and Werner von Braun. Now, Fermi, of course, the very important names paradox. In the the Fermi paradox. An Italian physicist and creator of the world's first nuclear reactor. A man who seek to progress mankind rather than seek to progress mankind into understanding, as opposed to utilizing this as a form of weaponry. This incredibly powerful technology. So he was the architect of the nuclear age, but of course we chalk it up to our homie Oppenheimer for really propelling us into a new paradigm of understanding, don't we? So he was the architect of the atomic bomb. He was the person that laid the foundation for us to be able to go one way or another. Of course, he was attributed the Fermi paradox, which is the search. The probability that extraterrestrial life would exist within the vastness of the universe, and if we're the only ones, that's an incredible waste of space. So he's one of the few physicists to excel in both.
That caught me off guard.
He was one of the few physicists who excelled in both theoretical physics and applied physics. So, and of course, then we have Werner von Braun. Of course, von Braun was a Nazi. He was a German American aerospace engineer, of course. But he was a member of the Nazi Party. He was one of these scientists that made his way over to the US after the war. One of the few given the opportunity to wipe his slate clean and to work for the victors of the war. So he was a member of the Nazi Party and the SS, as well as a leading figure in the development of rocket technology, and that's what he did. And that's very fascinating to me. Of course, you got a pretty interesting duality between Fermi, where he provided us with the tools to either, it's like that duality between theoretical physics and applied physics.
It's or destroy it,
right for the use of creation or destruction.
Destruction, yeah.
Right. And it's funny that Werner von Braun was ultimately a figurehead where he was once associated with and operating under the means of where he was utilizing it for as a destructive force, whereas he came to the point where he was utilizing it for a constructive force, and that's.
It's funny too because like ever since that, like it's been sort of demonized, like nuclear power and nuclear energy, because of the destructive capabilities. Like, and people don't like want to look at what can be done, like as far as clean energy and like, yeah,
right. Fusion itself, the power of the sun, my friend. The power of the sun. Think about it.
Fusion reactor, you say?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Ryan Cardinals. Oh, okay. Wow. We've actually got a lot. Wait a minute. I have to read it because I have to read these. So, come on. So where do we start? So Carol says, I only have one show on. That's very interesting. Carol is dedicating to us our undivided attention. Much respect, Carol. Appreciate that. Shoe fucking phone.
Shoe fucking phone.
Get smart up in here. Gotta get smart.
It's what people. That's all the rage for capturing UFO videos. Shoe phone.
Shoe phone. That's right. That's right. Potato phone. Potato. Yeah, as well.
Potato phone.
Yes. Mr. Ryan Cardinal says these eyes, Ryan. These eyes have seen a lot. Have seen a lot of loves, but they're never going to see another one like I had. That's deep, bro. Deep. I know you're not dedicating it to me. Obviously, you had a fond experience once in life. But we've all been there. We've all been there. Frisbee at Carol. Carol, shh, never. Weaponry. You don't say. Don't. The big pew.
Stay away from the console.
Commonly known as the Big Bang.
Now, it depends on your interpretation of that, but we can hark back to yesterday. We can use our visors to see into the time long gone. But oh my God. And now Mr. Ryan Carter says, "Oh, Enrico, make me Fermi."
Enrico, make me Fermi. Very Fermi.
Yes. The paradoxes, man. This maybe that. I'd like to get there. We go. Because let's keep it on. Let's keep it on the download. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. I want to get together a list of paradoxes and then go into all the paradoxes out there. Need to start making a list of. Oh, they're up. Tons. So Carol's Cookie says she's too close to the button. Might want to button block this. Oh my God, Carol, no! Carol, no! Carol.
Lady Riot. So I found this head.
You found it? Freaking excellent.
Finally, someone fucking found it.
The headless Starch Lady says, "Give it here."
Starch Lady, you shut up now. Give it.
Mr. Ryan Cardinal says, "Just here we go." He's talking about Wenderman Brown, and so he says, "Just how many German members from World War II made it into very high positions in the West and East?" Right, and I've barely even done exploration into to the implications of where they went in the East. So I've only
half of their scientists at least.
Yeah. So how many of their descendants made it into positions of political power? Yes, Germany. Yes, I know. But did that yes.
World War II never ended, essentially.
Well, no, it's just war. The idea of war changed form. It became colder. Yeah. Became colder. Much more subtle in its in how it operates. Apart from usually when you see overt wars, they're usually just proxy wars for real real subversive tactics that are going on behind the scenes. But ultimately, as soon as this is me personally, just as soon as you start to wake up and you realize that the world is already one giant machine anyway. From a capitalistic perspective, we're all just and what we believe is ultimately pushes you into one box or another to become part of the machine. So that's why I'm up here, just chilling, just watching you guys. Down there.
Can't push in a box up there.
Yeah, just watching, just observing, just knowing that there's quickly coming a time when it's either going to
just wait for it.
Come to a point of unification where we will utilize the energy of the sun, the process of the sun, or we will ultimately come to destroy ourselves.
What epic timing Milton the Witch King has.
Here we go. Carol's Cookie says, "Stop whispering, it's creepy."
What'd you say, Carol?
So there it was. Holy shit, there I am. Sitting on a paradox. Teetering between, yeah. Very true, very true. How much is it worth to you? The head?
She's going to try and sell her head back to her. I respect the hustle.
I respect the hustle. You just keep creating your tasteful memes there. Lady Right, the Headless Starch Lady, Carol's Cookies, whoever you. But
Starch Lady, Headless Starch Lady, Right Cookies.
Don't you fall too far into that? Yeah. Since you're willing to open yourself up to that realm, Carol's Cookies, I'll introduce you to a little bit further of maybe just a little bit further of a journey that I went on myself. So. The Headless Starch Lady says, "I don't negotiate with hooligans."
Don't negotiate with hooligans.
I don't negotiate
That's
with
not just
them
any old hooligan. That's like the queen of hooligans right there.
Yes, but that, of course, you understand the context of what she's truly saying there when she says she doesn't negotiate. What are you trying to say, Carol? What are you trying to say? No, that's what I'm saying. Milton Knowles, the insane Witch King, is in the house. He has joined us. He says, "What's up, girlfriend?"
Ain't no thing, chicken wang.
Ain't no thing but a chicken wang. Here we go. We may get some hot takes. Of course, we have some spicy memes, Milton. You have inspired us all to create some art, to create some magic. We'll share those again in a little while. So, Lady Riot says, "Milton." The Headless Starch Lady says, "Great," of which. How do you feel about warlocks there, Carol?
You might be able to help you put your head back on, love.
How do you feel about warlocks? I prefer wizards myself. I'm a bit of a wizard.
Wizard.
Come to. Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, says, "What's up, Lady Riot?" He's saying hello to everybody. Welcome, Milton. Says hello, panel. Carol's Cookie says, "Please help me." Oh my lord! You guys hash it out between yourselves. All right, but we are going to continue down the route of the article. So, where were we? We were talking about Enrico Fermi and Werner von Braun. Werner von Braun and his Wunderwaffe.
Wunderwaffe, not to be mistaken for the Wunderwaffe.
Wunderwaffe, not to be mistaken. The chronovisor was described as a large cabinet with a cathode ray tube. It's very interesting. Yeah. So,
like a funeral tube, but different.
Right, because at its analog level, cathode ray tubes utilize they fire electrons at a. So it's very interesting, actually, very interesting. So CRTs.
So, is that like just a way of conceptualizing something? Like, is that what you were saying before?
No, it's a way of projecting what they're basically saying is that they're utilizing something to project reality to a screen, like project the future to a screen, project the past to a screen. But interesting interpretation there. But it's just like it's old school TV CRTs. So a cathode ray tube, CRT, is a vacuum tube. Now, but emphasis there on the vacuum, on the vacuum concept. So a vacuum tube containing one or more electron guns, which emit electron beams that are manipulated to display images on a photofluorescent screen. The images may represent electrical waveforms, oscilloscopes, and these are all fundamental properties of reality, especially at a especially at a fundamental level, where we're utilizing the absolute fundamentalities of reality to project something. But they say within the static of a cathode of a CRT, you're actually perceiving the cosmic microwave background radiation, which is the remnants left over from the Big Bang. Yes.
I just had a weird thought, but I'm not going to mention it.
Why?
Well, it's like, have you ever?
I just fired electron. I just peeled electrons at you in order to, and then all of a sudden, we already. Is that what it was? But yeah, what'd you see?
Pinged with electrons.
What did you see?
You know how when a TV's doing the fuzzy thing,
yes, static, yes, whatever you want to refer to it as.
If you rub your eyes, like when you're tired, you rub them, it does the exact same thing, like in your eyes.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's interesting.
You see the static, yeah.
An interesting correlation there, Manticore. Doesn't.
You said it,
interesting correlation doesn't necessarily represent a right. Very good. But yes, okay. So what you've got your all right. Here we go. You've got your third eye. You've got There we go. You've got some sort of similar. Yes, and you've got some sort of similar mechanism inbuilt into your brain, and which you perceive as the mind, which could ultimately come to represent the same concept, where you are projecting. It is
electrical impulses at the end of the day, aren't they? Really,
because and I bring back to that imagery that Carol showed us before, where you've got the eye, but you don't take into account the third eye, the pineal.
The pineal gland. Mm-hmm. Was it the principal seat of the soul?
Very good. All of that stuff has validity to it to me. Yeah, but it's funny that you can go through your life and you come to find that some people don't actually have such a vivid imagination where they have a full movie playing in their heads.
Mm. Well, yeah, I could relate to that up until
I have film, I have audio, I have film, I have audio, I have a narrator if I want, then they're all there. But you come to find that some people don't have that.
Crew.
I have cast and crew. Backstage, I have a whole play performance going on. There's a whole production company up in my mind. A whole production company going on and up in my mind.
We're Smoking Alien Productions.
That's why he's smoking, man.
And you had a reason to smoke.
Yeah. He smokes because he sees it all. Maybe. He sees a lot, though. He sees a lot. All right. There's a riot going on in the chat.
Again?
Well, again.
Was it the same one? No.
This source, the subject matter, the nature of the subject matter, it generally tends to bring out to bring out projections within ourselves, right? And here we go. It's story time, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Milton Knowles, the insane Witch King, says, I found a new way to wind up people. If you ask them the difference between animes and cartoons, yes, and then they try and then try to get them to explain if that guy was going off his handle lake, just sorting out. I get what you're saying there, though. Those who aren't at peace with the.
Enough to do it by using the incorrect spelling of manga.
Those who aren't at peace with these concepts will ultimately beat themselves up in the process. So you've got to be ultimately careful about the aspects and elements that you allow to run wild in your mind. Mr. Milton Knowles, the insane Witch King, says, hello there.
Hello there.
Hello there. Milton Ozzy saying, which he says, I hate warlocks. I'm not supposed to talk to them. Oathbreakers are the scourge of the occult community. Warlock, men's oathbreaker. Damn, that's a serious insinuation for a collectivized group of people that are, that maybe maybe possess some sort of profound understanding themselves. You've got to take all that stuff into account, Mr. Milton Knowles, the insane witch king.
I reckon Warlock's radicalized Milton Knowles.
Oh well, Warlock is here without even being here. He lives on within us all. Oh, Manticore. Yeah, what Milton said. Take that. What have you got? All can you dwell in the realm of all aspects of the occultic teachings, rather than choosing a genre? So, Lady Wright asks, Prime, where are you, love?
I'm here, Carol. Don't worry. Just observing. Observing it all. Being one within it all. That's what I do. You know this.
Yeah, cool. Milton Ozzy saying, Witch King says, Master Lawrence taught me oathbreakers are not to be spoken to or trusted. Is that Martin Lawrence? As in,
I think that's supposed to be Martin Lawrence.
Master Lawrence, yes.
Bad
Master
boys
Lawrence. But that's right. See, look, another Will Smith connection. I mean, we're going. The rabbit hole's deep, man.
It's like, forget 6 Degrees of Separation featuring Kevin Bacon. We've never got Will Smith.
We got Will Smith, much more applicable to our times. Carol's Cookie says, no, I'll pass on the static. I do pass on the static, but it is fun to. It is fun to. To watch. Depends on you. That's right. Depends on what do you see when you see the static. That's the point of it all. Is there pareidolia going on? Is there? What can you formulate? Is it just ink blots? Yeah, other interpretive. But we're getting into the madness of it all. I'm going to bring us back to the subject at hand. Mr. Milton Knowles, the same Witch King, is attempting to steer us off course to provide understanding within this certain subject matter. But I do appreciate his presence appearing at a very specific time at every single step of the way. Oh,
like Clapper.
Mr. Ron Carter says, "Anger the manager."
Anger the manager.
And maybe just some Karens in our presence.
Is that a manger or a manga?
That we don't even realize. Sometimes, it's ma'am.
It's ma'am.
Okay, just checking. Yeah, just checking. This is Carol. This is sound, the visual. That's okay. So, as we were saying, the cathode ray tube for viewing the received events and series of buttons, levers, and other controls for selecting the time and the location to be viewed. It could also locate and track specific individuals. According to its inventor, it worked by receiving, decoding, and reproducing the electromagnetic radiation left behind from past events. So that's ultimately what I was suggesting before with where it picks up remnants of the cosmic microwave background radiation, which was the projection of the electromagnetic spectrum left over from the Big Bang, which ultimately those subatomic particles have reached that specific point. So in theory, when you're looking at the cosmic microwave background radiation, you're looking back 13.7 billion years into the past to ultimately, yes, to see those moments in time. And don't even get me into redshifting. Don't even get me into that. We will stay in the classical interpretation of events, where there's a linear progression to time, where the 13.7 billion years ago there was an event known as the Big Bang. That is the conventional approach to that idea. But our understanding has come a long way since.
Yeah, I've heard different theories about it.
How do you feel about organic light emitting diodes, man? Cool.
Organic light emitting diodes, you say?
Yes, yeah.
I don't know. I haven't thought about it that much.
Never thought about it that much? I think about this type of stuff. Think about it a lot. So according to its inventor, yes, Weber. What about screw transistors, man? Fucking cosmic qubits, bro.
Capacitors? Qubits?
Yeah. Qubits are where it's at. What about quantum dot technology, bro? You into that?
Yeah, quantum dot technology, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
As opposed to quantum dot technology.
Quantum thought technology. Very good, man. Very good.
Oh, shit.
You lot. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. So.
I grabbed myself up with that one. That was a good one.
That was a good one. Of course, the chat is internally cracking me up as we speak. But so laser control, selecting the time and location to be viewed. What? Don't say it.
I'm not going to say it at all. I'm not. Yeah, you nearly got me with that one. Cheeky.
It could also locate and track specific individuals. According to its inventor, it worked by receiving, decoding, and reproducing the electromagnetic radiation left behind from past events. It could also pick up the audio component or sound waves emitted by the same events. So, of course, we know. We know. Well, I'm saying that there's something much more profound to be had within the workings of wave particle duality. But of course, this is all just speculation. This is all just poppycock hogwash.
Poppycock hogwash.
You know, it's take everything with a grain of salt when you're diving into the realm of conspiracy theory. But as long as you're thinking abstractly, as long as you're perceiving potentialities, probabilistic states, there's much to be had. Much to be had. So Onetti lacked hard evidence for these claims. He said that he observed, among other historical events, Christ's crucifixion and photographed it as well. So a potential copy of this image appeared in the 2nd of May 1972 issue of La Dominica del Corriere. We'll leave it at that. An Italian weekly news magazine. So, can I actually see the imagery, please? A near identical mirror image photograph, however, of a wood carving by the sculptor Lorenzo.
No, you can't see it. You've just got to take their word for it.
Lorenzo Culau Valera turned up and succeeded in casting doubt on Ernetti's statement. It's always what happens. You find a contradictory element which seeks to erode the fabric of truth, potential absolute truth. But it's always good because you'll always find those classical interpretations like every action has an equal and opposite reaction. You'll always come back to classical elements because we do live in we do dwell in the macroscopic. So, and we are limited to the macroscopic interpretations of reality, but there are elements recognizable at our fundamental nature that transcend or descend down to the subatomic level, where you can see those reflections of reality around you constantly, like a mirrored effect. Using the chronovisor, Onetti said, sorry, Is this? Yep, the wood carving. Yes, of course. People have seen Jesus in a in a piece of toast.
And the Virgin Mary.
Yes, it was very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting to hear the interpretations and see people attempt to bring forward evidence of their. Yeah. So, using the chronovisor, Ernetti said that he had witnessed, among other scenes, a performance in Rome in 169 BC of the lost tragedy. Thyestes is a lost tragedy of Euphrates. The play may have sorry, not Euphrates. Europe. No, all right. It's time for me to get schooled. Euripides. Let's get schooled.
These Greek words all sound the same.
Yes, I know it. Yeah, forms lots to do with tragedy, but and that's all I know. Euripides was a tragedy. Okay, I haven't actually heard of him before.
They all had a recurring theme, didn't they?
Yes, tragedy. Right. Yeah. No, the duality between tragedy and
comedy.
Yes, divine irony. Yep. Okay, I have heard of him. Yep. All right, sorry. Getting back to it. Just had to brush up there for a sec.
That's a lot.
Just to see if I was.
I just had a weird experience then.
What?
No, I was reading it and it tingles. Like I felt touching the back of my head. Weird. From Blake Carroll's cookies.
Huh. All right, sorry. All right, back to it.
Where am I? Doing or anything anyway.
Yeah, they're going off on tangents, utilizing the source material they're provided. Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me. Set my soul in twain.
Oh, that statue of Baphomet will get you every time. Anyway,
if he doesn't, his crazy followers will.
Yeah. Where am I?
Is that Inspector Gadget?
There we go. So, by the father of Latin poetry, Quintus Ennius, Dr. Catherine Eldred at Princeton University is the author of an English rendition of the text, which is included as an appendix to the US printing of Peter Crass's book on the chronovisor. Never gone into dive too deep into the source material of the chronovisor before. Just heard the outright conspiracies about it, knew what it was about, checked it off, went, all right, yep, I understand what it was. Is there any proof of it?
I took it literally the first time, but now I sort of see where you're going with it. Like,
right.
The article is going with it.
Yeah, because it's revealing about elements of reality that are could potentially be utilized in order to perform this type of work yourself. And you get to that point where you're like, are they delivering abstract interpretation so that you can potentially figure stuff out for yourself, rather while people take what's said literally, you dive into the deeper underlying metaphors of it and actually come to a greater knowing and understanding for yourself. So it's
funny too, like how habitual, like the literal interpretation of things that is, like, you know what I mean? Like we instantly go with that literal interpretation unless you consciously don't. Like,
that's the trap.
Like,
tell you what, that's the trap
thing. Like,
mm-hmm. So Eldred believes that Ernetti actually wrote the supposedly ancient play himself. So we got a bit of a Shakespeare thing going on here. As provided by an anonymous relative of Father Ernetti, there was a deathbed confession included in the US edition of the play that Ernetti had written the text of the play himself, and that the photo of Christ was indeed a lie. according to the same source, like Zaus, we got a bit of a Zaus. However, Ernetti also affirmed that the machine was genuinely functional. Now, I love
that's why you had to pick Portal.
Yeah. Huh. All right, let's go over to the chat. Let's do it. We've you lot.
Every time I look over there, it's like descending into some sort of alternate reality.
Yes, it's almost like we've got a it's almost like we've got a non-benevolent force in the chat almost, but yeah. So, oof, 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 oof.
Oof level.
Damn you lot!
Everybody bring it back. It's going to be okay.
You said it, Matsko. You said it.
Position.
Yes, while we are down this rabbit hole, yes, but of course, if we don't address the chat, and then yeah, we may lose people's interest. So that's an inevitable part of it all. Where are we? We're at the 3-hour mark, so we're coming to the end of this segment. But so according to the same source, however, Ernetti also affirmed that the machine was genuinely functional. Brune, however, does not believe Ernetti's confession and is convinced that the authorities had coerced Ernetti into making false confession. The alleged existence of the coronavirus has fueled a whole series of conspiracy theories, such that the device was seized and was actually used by the Vatican. It's actually in the Vatican archives, isn't it? We all know this. It's all the truth. It's actually used by the Vatican or by those who secretly control governments and their economies around the world. Now, wouldn't you want an almanac visor for yourself? Huh? Wouldn't you seek to have the ability to see into the future, to predict events, to be able to place your chips and Biff Tannen this whole entire scenario before it occurs.
So you can know when to fold them, know when to hold them, know when to walk away, and know where to run.
All right. All right, smoker time, Manticore. It's yeah. What do you think? What do you think of the coronavirus?
It's an interesting concept. I don't think it's a literal concept. Like, I think, like what you were saying, or where the article seems to be leading, that it's not a literal thing. Right? It's a what is it? Abstract way of looking at an idea.
Yes, I like the idea that it's a potential abstract blueprint in order to attain a certain understanding rather than taking it as a literal interpretation.
Is that similar to like something like the Philosopher's Stone, sort of like?
Maybe there's a good one that we can check out. Maybe. What do you reckon, Manticore? Philosopher's Stone. Maybe the philosopher was just stoned. Who knows?
Maybe it was just a stoned ape.
Oh, there we go. There's another one, stoned ape theory. But
God damn it! I knew I shouldn't have eaten those mushrooms.
Yep. Some goddamn machine elves, I tell you.
Some freaky fungus.
What are you talking about, Smith the Alien and Manticore? There is no such thing as machine elves. You're crazy.
Now, Prime. Now.
Crazy does.
We have Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King. He says, "Wouldn't you think that they don't need people secretly in charge of governments? You put a bunch of people in a room and tell them that they have a heap of power, and they're just not going to be corrupt." Yes, of course, drawing on the idea that absolute power corrupts. Absolutely.
Sounds like a pretty stupid idea to me.
Well, yeah. Power is a curious thing.
Curious thing.
Yes. Are you fond of riddles?
I don't know. Am I going to hear one?
Yes. So do you know what sucks? Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, says, do you know what sucks? Doing a lot of fortune telling. I've been doing it for like 2 weeks. Okay, I want my money, but I don't want it that bad. Mr. Ryan Cardinal says, the philosopher's stoned ape theory.
Stoned ape theory.
Might be onto something
Holy
there. Sir.
shit.
Yeah. Might be onto something.
Somebody
there.
call Alex Jones with that one.
The philosopher's stoned ape theory.
Stoned ape theory.
That was brilliant. That's what that was. Fucking brilliant. Miss Carrot's Cookie says, I'll behave. As long as everybody's having fun in the chat.
I didn't know Socrates had a pet ape, and why did he get it stoned?
What's it got to do with Plato? What the fuck? How do you feel about allegories for caves? How do you feel about seeing the sun? Yeah.
About the same
It's blinding.
I see the when I see the shadows dancing on the wall.
Ah, you are a prisoner, my friend. Prisoner.
Let me out! Let me out!
And Paul Smoke over here just running his way into the cave like, come out, shadow people! Come out! Come out here! Come out here! And everybody's like, and all they can see me doing is going, come out here. What's he saying?
What the fuck is that guy doing? He's lost his mind.
Yeah. He was onto something. That guy.
Carol's Cookie says, I think that headless bitch took my shoe. Give her back her head so we can do laundry and have 2 sneakers.
So I guess we really will have to go into the allegory for the cave, won't we? That's a good one. See, there's that ability to self-reflect as opposed to looking at the shadows on the wall. Seeing the self, seeing the eternal self as the sun. All right.
I see it all. I may have chosen that representation, but I see them all.
Cave. The allegory for the cave. Oh, Lord. All right. Here we go. We're diving back in. We see Carol's Cookie says, I think that headless bitch took my, Jesus Christ. She took my shoe. Give her back her head so she can do laundry, and I have 2 sneakers. Huh. You always want to be walking around with sneakers planted firmly on the ground. Carol.
Sneakers?
Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, says Dalek is doing a stream, and I should probably ask him what's the difference between cartoons and anime.
Yes, I think you should.
Carol's Cookie says,
as many people's take on that question, the better.
Yes, there's an important element to be found within the anime realm. This is true. Plenty of important things to be said in that realm. Carol's Cookie says, dance, shadow, snack, dance. Carol's Cookie says, I'll leave him. Mr. Ryan Cardinal says, the shadows are fantastic. Good old cave. You never let me down. That's so true. But I rapidly go out the cave, back into the cave, out the cave, back into the cave. It's fun. Carol's Cookie says, that's my little Dalek. Don't get him upset. Here we go. Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, says, every night I see shadows dancing on the wall, and they all dance because I summon them. There they all dance for me as they spin around the light bulb. Huh. Now, what does that hark back to, Manticore? Huh.
Those little things.
There you go.
Yeah, there was an apparatus that span.
There was a There was a merry-go-round there that was spinning around and projecting shadows onto the wall.
Those stinger what's those stingers.
Keep dancing first, Milton.
Dance.
You're mesmerized by your interpretive ability. Carlos Cookie says, I've glued my sneaker to the floor before. Damn, no, you don't want to do that. You want one foot in front of the other. That's how you do this. Knowles Insane Witch King says, what's the black smoke twist on the ceiling? Watch it twist and curl. Watch it play with the light bulb. Watch it play. What's that? The light, the shadows, the smoke, they come from the corners. Now, of course, if you want to get referential here, we're talking about popes and we're talking about smoke and we're talking about all kinds and all manner of potentially deep dark subject matter that we will stay in orbit. Carol's Cookie says
across the top.
Carol's Cookie says, I wonder if I can get a good Dalek a good Dalek voice. That'd be yeah.
But for now, you will just have to put up with me.
I prefer that, Prime. I prefer that. I'm asking nicely and once only.
Voice is a bit too nasal.
Poor Milton. Milton says, all around me are familiar places.
Places, worn out faces.
Bright and early. All right. Carol's Cookie says, an apparatus. This is yes, indeed. Ryan Cardinal says the old goth to flame, moth to a flame. See, it all comes full circle, Mr. Ryan Cardinal. Bruh, life is so depressing, bruh. It's just a meaningless pit of nothingness, bruh. Totally despair. Oh, Carol's Cookie says I'm protective of himself. Yes, I'm sure you are, Carol. I'm sure you are. All right, so we are 3 hours and 11 minutes into the stream. I appreciate everybody in the chat. I truly do. We have fun. We play around. But ultimately, yeah, it's a good scene. It's a good scene. So where are we going next, Manticore? Are we going? I think I know where we're going next. I did.
That you had preferential above the others.
I did. Let me embiggen us for a second, as they say. All right. So, the chronovisor. Real or not real?
A cloud to a king? Question mark.
Do you know all men are made of water? You pierce them. And the water comes pouring out.
And they die.
And they die.
And they die. Hey, boy.
All right, smoko time. Drink a bit of the coffee.
Carol's Cookie says, what are you getting? Did you watch that, by the way? That was hilarious, eh?
Which I haven't actually watched the clip. Yeah.
Yeah, you should watch it. It's fucking funny. It's probably the best, like, serious news article I've ever seen. Like, because it's literally supposed to be a serious, like, debate topic. Like,
when did you send it to me? Where did you send it to me? When did you send it to me?
Yeah, specifically.
Let me have a look. Oh, that's the spaceship. Oh, no, still can't find it. It was a little while ago, wasn't it? I remember. Here we go. There it is. All right, let's get the full context of it. There we go. Oh, what? It's a full. All right, bit of a palate cleanser for everyone.
The first 2 minutes are probably enough.
Before we jump down the quantum realm.
Milton, if you wanted to know the origins of why are you gay, you're about to find
Why
out.
are you gay? Yeah, well, I don't
Why
even know
are you
if I
gay?
the origins of it. So here we go.
I didn't know either until recently.
Mr. Should I call you Mr. Pepe Julian Onzima?
Pepe.
Good morning.
Pepe Onzima.
Why are you gay? You are gay. You are a transgender. You are a transgender, and you're a gay rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you?
I am Pepe Julian Onzima.
His claim is he's biologically fated to be a woman.
Kakanichi, what makes him?
I'm glad Pepe is back.
I'm glad he has
Can you shake hands before we proceed?
Of course. How are you, Pepe? Nsaba mukama amani goga yigero. No. Kamusabire ko rwazayagala.
No. Pastor, let's maintain civility on the show. Let's maintain civility. Pastor Semper argues that these are the instruments you use.
These are vegetables.
Yes.
These are vegetables.
I eat this on
Yes.
my plate.
You eat them. You don't use them.
So that is an eggplant emoji.
When you're having canon knowledge.
Absolutely no, and
when you have canon knowledge,
stop misinforming the public.
Do you have the cardinal knowledge? Do you know the way?
You are paid heavily to promote homosexuality in Uganda. What's your reaction?
It is not true. He claims I have a lot of money, I'm wearing fancy clothes and all that stuff. I do not even earn the amount of money he thinks. I do not even earn $100 a month or even annually. I do not make the money that he thinks that we make.
Okay, a carrot with a banana. And I want this young woman to explain to you. What does she use for sex? What do they use for sex? What do you use? What do you use for sex? As a man,
Stop
this
insulting my food.
Tell me, do you know the way? Tell me now.
Okay, let's
Do you know the way?
Let's hear from Pepe. Pepe,
Why don't you respect yourself?
No,
Pastor,
do you?
Can you become for now?
No.
Can you become? And let
Pastor, I put you in, goddammit.
This is brilliant. This is fucking brilliant.
I'll put this one here. I'll put this one here.
The most brilliant like this, I'm saying.
Do you know the way?
Do you know the way?
Can you feel the morning breeze?
This is a banana. They're all very orange.
This is an eggplant emoji.
When you take a man, this is a man's genital, and you insert them into
a man's genital
intestine. Okay, they put their genitals into the excretory system. This excretory system is not designed to receive. It is only for exit.
It is exit only.
That is for men. For women, what they do is they begin their sexual acts because she does not have the equipment. They begin to use their lips. So the mouth is used to lick the other person. That's number one. It created orogonorrhea. Many lesbians have oral syphilis. Number two, because they don't have the equipment, they begin to use gadgets like bananas. They use carrots
like bananas.
They use banana.
Wait, bro. Gadgets?
They use cucumbers and other metallized ones, and they put them inside themselves. They become cucumbers and other metallized ones, and they put them inside themselves. They become
Why don't you fight for heteros as well?
What do you mean?
What do you fight for heteros as well?
What do you mean? Fight for heterosexuals?
What
do you mean fighting for heterosexuals?
For their rights. Yeah, for their rights.
They are so. I am a human rights defender.
What
I'm
is
not
that?
limited.
Sodome
I am not
defender.
limited.
You
I am not limited.
LGBTI.
Bro, you forgot the key, bro.
Gays,
bisexuals,
transgender, and intersexuals.
Where's
the H?
abakwatira bendera
bisexuals,
abo bonna
transgender,
bagwagwa
and intersexuals.
abakwatira bendera
Where's the H?
bakwatira bendera
I am a human rights
abagwagwa bonna ono yabakwatira bendera.
For this group, there are different people who work on different things. Like he does something different, you know. I do something different.
The final one. Don't you think you need to interface so that?
No, I have to pray for this young woman as I read the scripture for her. My daughter, I want to read for you a scripture.
No. I should take charge of this. No. He's not ready. He's not ready.
He's not ready.
No. I'm afraid, Pastor. No. I'm afraid you're not going to do this because my guest is not comfortable. No. Well, on that note, that's all we have for you. Good morning. The morning
I exorcise the demon.
All right.
Whatever he's saying, he's saying.
And passion. That was
yeah, it was gold.
That was amazing. I'm not even mad. That was amazing.
Serious television that I've ever seen in my life. On so many levels. I knew you'd like it.
I love that. Love it. A true reflection of the times that we live in. Where do you get? Now let me begin by asking. Where do you get?
Africans are very like straightforward with this, like certain things, like, and they don't like mince words, like, so it comes across like.
Well, especially a pastor, a man of faith, a man of God, as opposed to somebody who represents the very thing that he has believed his entire life is, through the source material is ultimately going to manifest. That he believes he is fighting the personification of the devil. That's what he believes, as opposed to this person who just wants to, the other person who just wants to be free in their ability to choose. Very interesting. And of course, you have
like the moment when he hit fire and brimstone, like literally when he started.
Yes, that's right.
Fire and brimstone, like you get
until Sodom and Gomorrah. It's good, man. And of course, the real MVP troll in the middle here is this guy here. So. Very good. Very good. Very good. Well played.
Uganda, well played.
So let's see what's going on in the chat. Let's see what the chat has to say. Oh. Milton Nosey, here we go. We'll start with Milton. He says, the dust lives in the corner. It moves quicker around the room as small spears. These are the creatures that call this place home in my domain. Ryan Carnold says, Diwe. Do you know Diwe? Do you know Diwe?
Do you know Diwe?
Carol's Cookie says, the most fanciest pant in all of the land. She says, gold. And then Ryan Carnold asks, could AI settle this conversation, this debate? Ultimately, isn't that funny that we're going to, we could potentially move. One of the first cultural questions.
We're about to find out.
Yes. No, of course, the argument will go on throughout time in memoriam. Milton Knowles has joined us. He's joined us. He says, good to see you in the chat, man. He says, this is a really odd clip. Good to see you in the chat. Good to see you in the chat, bro. Good to see you. Coach Cookie says, why are you gay? Exit only. Milton Knowles going to say, Witch King says, carrot, banana, speak no evil.
Well, that last one was supposed to be a cucumber, but it looked like a cucumber to me.
Any type of phallic object will do. This Carol's Cookie says, dear lips, gadget like banana. Gadget. Go gadget banana. The hand versions, they speak with a, you think any of them were Italians. But anyway, very animated, very true. Both representing the broadness of the spectrum, and of course, the troll in the middle was the highlight for me as well.
Yeah, because he's like, you don't really notice it until the end, like how, like, yeah.
Milton Knowles, of course, throwing up the he's throwing up the OK symbol, which is often misinterpreted. But I'm sure Pepe. I'm sure Pepe has a few things to say about that. And then he throws up a banana. Carlos Cookie says, "Sodomy defender plus QZ." Milton Knowles, Insane Witch King, says this guy is suspiciously into this now. He has tried this himself. Don't want to know, Milton. That's gonna make my next comic. I make Carol's Cookies, says the Ryan Cardinal. We've started a riot in the chat. Gradually, slowly but surely, the chaos is going to descend upon us all. Carol's Cookies says he has to pray for her on the spot. Ryan Cardinal says
right then and now.
Ryan Cardinal says sodomy hashtag sodomy defenders. Carlos Cookie says, do it. Milton Knowles, Insane Witch King, says, okay, I'm intersex. That means I was born with both sets of organs. It's not asexual. It's another terminology for hermaphrodite. Now, I see you, Milton. I see you.
You came with extras.
Funnily enough, we are on similar wavelengths, you and I, Mr. Milton. So there you go. Carlos Cookie says, make sure you write us into it. Definitely.
Ain't gay no more. I'm delivered.
Oh shit!
Praise the Lord.
How are we gonna? How are you even engage in that debate? Because it would just end up as a screaming match. You know. So.
I just laugh like I did then.
You got to. You got to.
Yeah.
You got to laugh at the absurdity of it all. Yep.
What gets me is like people can be like having a conversation on the same topic, but be like worlds away from each other in understanding. Like,
well, because they're steadfast in their beliefs in what they believe is right.
Right.
Yeah. And it gets pretty ironic in the dualities of it all when you start to get down to the meat of the debate. Yeah. You're yes, you're welcome for that gift I found for you. Cal has
Thank you, Carol.
Bestowed upon us many gifts. As of late. So much respect, Carol.
Keep that one under wraps forever.
Wait, do you get?
Where are you getting?
Yes. Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, says, as somebody who actually is intersex or a hermaphrodite, I love their mentioning of it. Never heard something so wrongly spoken in my life. Now, do you subscribe to the idea of I have an opinion about this that I prefer not to speak of, where
the duality kind of thing,
where they're missing something in the source when they're taking these ideas literally. So, yeah,
the source is quite complex.
It is a complex combination of herbs and spices, my friend.
The 11 secret herbs and recipe.
Yes. Carol's Cookie says, praise the scree, Cardinal. Praise the scree. Carol then says she found her other shoe. There it is.
Where was
it?
There
it is. Carol dropping the wisdom bombs in the chat. Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, says, do you know how hard it is to use speech to text when you're trying not to piss yourself laughing? So hard.
Hard enough to use when you're not laughing.
And I use that terminology hard, loosely. The headless starch lady joins us again in the chat and says, so I'm just expected to carry on without a head like this? Use a bunch of bitches. God damn.
You survived this long without it.
So fiery, Carol. So fiery. Screeby glorious, Carol's Cookie, says the Orion Cardinal. Carol's Cookie says, may the scree be with you. And then we're supposed to respond with
hashtag, where's the lamb sauce?
Oh, we're supposed to say, may the scree be with you too. No. I thought it was supposed to be, and also with you. Carol says she found it was under her desk. Yeah.
Where you left it.
So that was a very interesting debate. Wouldn't really call it a debate. I'd call it a screaming match, but
I'd call it highly entertaining.
Emphasis on the screaming match. Yes, highly entertaining nonetheless.
It's funny because, like, literally, like, they wouldn't know what we were laughing at. Like, that's what's funny about it too. Like, you know what I mean? Because of like the difference in like
I'm laughing at the I'm laughing at the irony of it all.
And like,
so I'm laughing.
They would say things that other people wouldn't. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because they don't see it the same. Like, because their perception is different of it.
Everybody wants to be so black and white. They always want to take it black and white. Always. There is a place that exists within the middle of, and it brings the greatest understanding. Believe me. Do you know the way? Have you seen my friend Uganda Knuckles?
Uganda. This mysterious place called Up.
Hmm. And Flatlanders. Damn. So.
Cubes and just Rex.
Oh my. The head of Star Trek says, would make things a tad easier if I had my damn head back. For God's sake, get your head about you. The headless starch lady. You're holding it in your hands. Grasping both of your hands. Yeah. Oh, Milton Knowles the Insane Witch King brings up some Old Testament. He said the Old Testament and the Bible, ironically, is actually completely accepting of hermaphrodites, and there's more mention about shrimp being evil than gay people. I haven't heard this passage. I have not. I have not heard this passage, but if you'd care to enlighten us.
Well, I mean, shrimp is just the equivalent of cockroach.
Carlos Cookie says, Screepedo, cover your heads. No target, cover your heads.
Prime, do you want to like sort that out? So like launching waters into nowhere?
Milton Knowles has floated off into the abyss. Says, cover your heads, cover our heads. Oh, oh, that's the Starch Lady. Carol says, help. Milton Knowles, the Witch King, says, why are you gay? God damn, the Iran Cardinal says they were really harsh and selfish back in the day. They were not about the deep sea diving back in the day, that's for sure. But, yeah.
That was before all those people got allergic to it too.
Yeah. It's before they developed apparatuses in order to breathe underwater. Yes.
There's that word again.
Yeah, so Milton needs to get in with the culture, get in with the smoke culture. It's yeah. Of course, I didn't coin that term, but of course we can borrow from other cultures, right? It's not cultural appropriation or anything, is it? All right.
That's undercover pronunciation, so you don't get branded as problematic.
That's right. That's right. It's a preventative measure. We're all about preventative measures around these parts. So here we go. Why are you in a quantum superposition? Why are you in a quantum superposition? Why?
Up or down?
Are you in the up or down spin? Very good. Do you know the way? Quantum chip takes microseconds to do a task that a supercomputer would spend 9,000 years on. Are quantum computers overhyped? What do you believe about this?
What?
Do you believe it's all madness and insanity, what we're trying to do in the quantum realm? Or do you believe that there is no
way of getting people to pass it off as nothing? Like, dismiss it.
Do you believe that there is validity in both the classical computational realm and the quantum computational realm? And maybe those two could come together to become some sort of symbiotic. That there is room for symbiosis there. That they can indeed come together as one.
Coalescence.
A new study in Nature says no. That not that they can't come together, but that they say that quantum computers are not overhyped. Very clear, very to make your distinction known. A cleverly designed quantum device developed by Xanadu.
Oh, get out! get the fuck out of here!
It gets better, believe me.
Yeah, no, that was like the initial "get the fuck out of here."
Get the fuck out of here!
Get the fuck out of here!
Get the fuck out of here! This fucking Wooly, come on, man!
Come on, man!
So, a company based in Toronto, Canada, obliterated conventional computers on a benchmark task that would otherwise take over 9,000 years. For the quantum chip Borealis, Aurora Borealis, at this time, at this place, located entirely in this kitchen. The answer came within 36 microseconds. Man, we really came together real quick, didn't we?
That was like
just like that. Xanadu's accomplishment is the latest to demonstrate the power of quantum computing over conventional computers. A seemingly simple idea dubbed quantum advantage. What's going on in the chat? What's going on? Xanadu. Oh my lord! Right, God, come back to us, right? Come back to us. Come back.
Didn't you listen to the game?
Come back. Only more horrifying, right? Noz, the insane witch king says, Hitler starts, lady. I don't want to film anything. I do not consent. Good man. Milton. Hitler starts, says, don't call me that, Milton. This Ryan Carter says, well, I'm pooping after $3 draft. The headless starch lady, that is horrifying. He's Carol's Cookie says he's scared, lady. Milton Noel, the insane witch king, says, sorry, the headless starch lady, I'm still laughing and trying to use this. Yes, as long as we are, as long as that's what everybody is having. Yeah. I aim to please, my friends. I aim to entertain and please. So, yes, for our very intimate performance going on here to our 3 audience members. Don't worry, I won't start whispering. Theoretically, well, now it's just weird. Theoretically, sorry, I can't help it. Theoretically, the concept makes sense. Unlike conventional computers, which calculate in a sequence using binary bits, zeros and ones, classical computation on and off, on off. But can you dwell in the realm of the qubits? Can you dwell in the realm of the qubits? Quantum devices tap into the weirdness of the quantum world. Where do you get? Where zeros and ones and one can both exist at the same time with differing probabilities. The data is processed in qubits, a non-committal unit that simultaneously performs multiple calculations thanks to its unique physics. Translation, please. Would you care to translate that for me, Manticore? Would you care to translate this scientific jargon? That's an interesting mammoth over there. Interesting mammoth.
It's a woolly one.
Woolly one. That's right. Hopefully it's not pygmy. Translation medical, please.
Of what now? Sorry, qubits.
I'm gonna. If you will allow me, I'm going to urinate.
By all means.
Not in my seat, but I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'd rather you didn't.
Not
that it's my
seat. You can be assured that I will not urinate in my seat.
Empathetic for your seated situation.
But while I am away, maintain the probability that I could potentially be urinating in my seat. Be right back. In other words, BRB.
So, what have we got going on here? Milton knows the Insane Witch King said it came in 36 microseconds. I wish I could last that long. LOL. Carol's Cookies says, I'm like a drug or something. Use are my contact high. Rod Connell says, now that can run the unexperimental theories in real time. Well, they can. Carol's Cookies says, LOL. Thanks for sharing. And then she follows it up with, haha, what has happened to you? Bunch of degens.
All right, you lot, that's enough. We need to get down to some sort of scientific basis here of understanding, rather than absolute degeneracy.
But the real question is, Prime.
You heard Prime, now pull your head in.
What, who knows? Who knows? Did you translate for us, Manticore?
No, I didn't. I was reading the chat. Because that's what I go to when you leave me to hold the stream.
Oh, well, okay, I'll provide the translation. It says a quantum computer is like a hyper-efficient multitasker, whereas conventional computers are far more linear.
The same problem. A quantum computer should be able to trounce any supercomputer in any problem in terms of speed and efficiency.
The idea dubbed quantum supremacy. Of course, that's a very interesting subject. I should probably write that down. Quantum supremacy.
Successful than Gable supremacy.
More than likely. In any problem in terms of speed and efficiency, the idea of quantum supremacy has been the driving force to push a new generation of computers completely alien to anything previously made. So, Prime, what do you tell us about the problem here?
The problem. Proving quantum supremacy is extremely difficult, as quantum devices increasingly lead the lab to solve more real-world problems. Scientists are embracing an intermediate benchmark, quantum advantage, which is the idea that a quantum computer can beat a conventional one at just one task, any task.
Well, I mean, there's no reason to wave your cosmic dick around there, Prime, but
is that what that was?
Back in 2019, Google broke the internet, showcasing the first example of a quantum computer, Sycamore, which solving a computational problem in just 200 seconds with Sycamore. Yeah, do you want to? Yeah. Let's check out Sycamore. No, that's a tree.
Sycamore tree.
Very interesting. Yeah, Sycamore is also but very interesting. If you very interesting. The Sycamore processor, not the tree. Unfortunately. Let's have a quick look at Sycamore. Sycamore. So,
Sycamore is a quantum processor created by Google's Artificial Intelligence division. It has 53 qubits. In 2019, Sycamore completed a task in 200 seconds that Google claimed in a Nature paper would take a state-of-the-art supercomputer 10,000 years to finish.
Interesting. Thus, Google claimed to have achieved quantum supremacy. Of course, it was, and of course, China's also claimed quantum supremacy. But we are literally at the age where we are going to now have a competitive realm between the race for quantum supremacy is heating up. So the estimate time would have taken the classical supercomputer. Google ran portions of the quantum circuit simulation on the Summit, the most powerful classical computer in the world. Of course, so you got people like IBM. Of course, you'll have military applications, military institutions that are keen to seek to arrive at the pinnacle of this technology in order to utilize it for God knows what. But I would like to see this technology utilized to enhance artificial intelligence, and maybe just maybe we may have found God. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you understand?
I think I know the way.
Do you know the way?
I think I may know the way. Or maybe the general direction.
Or maybe it is the manifestation of the devil, as many believe.
Maybe, Prime. Let's not get too carried away. Let's not get too carried away with boxing ourselves in the corners.
Outlandish speculation.
Yeah, it's all crazy. All crazy. Let's head on over to the chat and see what the chat has to say about these matters.
Oh, shit.
Carlos Quickie says, "Oh, we got in trouble." Ryan Canada says, "Nani, Nani." Carlos Quickie says, "It was all worth it." Carlos Quickie says, "Oh, Manticore needs a yellowish light to light up above him when Prime is talking."
Can I look up?
All rando colors, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, just the rando colors.
Carlos Cookie says we won't get to, that's you can if you want, but a cosmic dick, that's new. It was a metaphor, Carol. It didn't mean a literal interpretation of a penis.
Is new
Yes, Carol then says no trees, please. Of course. Yes, we do not want to be throwing trees at one another. Of course, I could show you some excellent art of I could show you some excellent art, but don't worry, Carol. I'm Nani! Notice me, senpai! Nani!
Notice me, Nani!
You don't always want speed, but you definitely want efficiency. That's for sure. That's for sure. But the more you can become more efficient at these processes, I guess the more speed comes into the equation. Of course, if you're looking at harnessing the momentum of the particle as opposed to the position of the particle, those are things to take into account. Sick balls, Chopper, says Carol. We're hearing all the interpretations of Sycamore now. Mr. Ryan Cardinal says, like, sick of more, like MOAR. Am I right? That's with the quickness. Yeah. Have you heard the concept of the quickening? That's one that I can.
There can only be one.
Quickening. Mr. Milton Knowles, the insane Witch King, says Japan has anime and that's all that counts. Very destructive force, but it can be a very destructive force anime, but it can be a constructive force at the same time if implemented and utilized in the right manner.
There's some funny metaphors in there that I don't like.
Well, yeah. If you want to understand some of the concepts contained within the house, you got to understand. You got to understand. Milton Knowles, the insane Witch King, says, "I walked up to God and asked him I think he means two things.
Do you know the way? And why are you gay?"
Okay, bro. The thick quickening, there be coom. There coom be only one.
Whoa. That escalated quickly.
Right. It did. It got abstract real quickly. But yeah. All things to take into account, ladies, gentlemen. Back in 2019, Google broke the internet showcasing the first example of a quantum computer. Sycamore.
They didn't really break it that bad because it's still working.
Well, maybe it radically shattered the paradigm that is the mirror of the internet and propelled us into new understanding and new potential. Perhaps, or maybe just broke people's brains. You know, solving a computational problem in just 200 seconds with 54 qubits, compared to a conventional supercomputer's estimate in 10,000 years. A Chinese team soon followed with a second fascinating showcase of quantum computational advantage, with the machine spitting out answers that would take a supercomputer over 2 billion years. Yet a crucial question remains: are any of these quantum devices even close to being ready for practical applications? Maybe.
Skippy they are.
Maybe. Oh. Carol says the show is almost over, isn't it? It is. We are We're coming back down to blow back down. Yeah. Maybe we'll leave one another with the concept of flatland at the end of the day. I reckon that'll be a nice wrap up. It's easy to forget. Yes, me too. It's easy to forget that computers rely on physics. Our current system, for example, taps into electrons and cleverly designed chips to perform their functions. Quantum computers are similar, but they rely on alternative particle physics, mainly utilizing the functions of wave-particle duality. Initial generations of quantum... Not Wunderwaffe. Not Wunderwaffe.
No Wunderwaffe.
No. It is the superposition of Wunderwaffe and Wunderwaffe at the same time. Yeah. It is the superposition between the Fermi paradox and Werner von Braun. Do you understand? Yes. Anyway, while absolutely gorgeous compared to a compact smartphone chip, they are completely impractical right now. But we are only on the cusp of understanding how to program these machines in order to utilize them for classical means. And of course, we could find a hybrid between the classical computational realm and the quantum computational realm. And when that happens, you have a recipe for the universe. So the hardware often requires tightly controlled climates. For example, near absolute zero temperature to reduce interference and boost the computer's efficacy. The core
it doesn't need to be zero, does it now? Because of the new transistors or whatever they've got.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
All right, here we go. We're heading on over to the chat. We're going to jump into the chat again. Here we go. You ready? Ryan Kindle says ape mode activated. Blinks poop. Milton Ozzy Insane Witch King says if you throw trees at people in summer, are you throwing shade? If so, this is why people say you don't throw shade at me. Yeah. Oh, but sometimes people interpret.
You just throw shade.
Sometimes, Milton, people have the preconceived notion to interpret it you offering them to climb the tree as opposed to you the tree being thrown at them. So, and of course, if you can dwell in the realm of having a tree thrown at you while you're climbing, you understand something profound about the nature of chaos. So
you a hectic motherfucker.
But Carol's Cookie says, but who's going to talk to me after? Oh, that bicker with no head see, I did warn you, Carol's Cookies. I did warn you about creating, but
these will be lessons that you learn along the way, Carol's Cookies.
Ryan Carnival says bait chest. He's activating his inner King Kong while he's going full blown Godzilla.
Activated.
Hoots. Milton Ozzy Insane Witch King says I like computers, but the chips are terrible. What type of chips? Milton, are we talking chips on shoulders, or are we talking
them for correct?
Are we talking the delicacy contained within the aluminum foil, aluminium foil? It depends on your position. Ryan Carnival says jumps. Carlos Cookie says I couldn't stop. I need an intervention. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that witch lady. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Yeah. All right, back to the article. Entertain it, then come back. Then entertain it, then come back. You'll find something profound within that. That's all I have to say.
The Kool-Aid.
Right, don't. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, that's just my personal interpretation on the matter. That's just something that I've discovered over time. But it takes a level of refinement of the mind in order to do that. And it's like weight training. It really is. It's like weight training for the mind. All right.
That's the best, like, what is the word? Comparison you can make, I reckon. Like, this weight training or like, training, strengthening.
So, other iterations for companies as this one. Whoa, no, it's not. So Sycamore, for example, using superconducting metal loops. Yep. A setup popular with the other tech giants, including IBM, which introduced Eagle, a powerful 127 qubit quantum chip. In 2021, that's about the size of a quarter. That's crazy. Other iterations for companies such as Honeywell and IonQ took a different approach, tapping into atoms with one or more electrons removed as their main source for quantum computing. Another idea relies on photons, particles of light. Yes, so there's many ways that you can take. You can utilize the fundamental underlying properties of superpositional states from whether it's the electromagnetic spectrum, but ultimately it's the particle physics of the universe that to utilize them as a method of computation. So, but these ideas have been shunned as mere stepping stone towards quantum computing rather than practical solution, largely because difficulties in engineering and setup. Right. You don't, but it's the same reflection as the beginning of classical computation, where we had giant rooms with machines until we developed right. Oh, not even server rooms. Server rooms ultimately, funnily,
we've got them now.
Yes, but I'm saying that the very thing that fits in your pocket of current at the current day, your smartphone, would have ultimately taken up a kilometer square block of because but our ability, and in the same way that our ability to shrink the size of transistors to fit more onto a chip, ultimately we're going to refine the methods where these subatomic interactions can take place at a smaller and smaller scale.
A chip is essentially a circuit board, but minute.
Yes, it's a series of switches, is what it is, to represent binary nodes on and off. Like that's all it is. Is what transistors are. Gates, switches. So, gate. Yeah, get it. Yeah, you get it. Yeah, you get it. But so we are looking for a photonic revolution. Of course, photons are the particles of light. So Xanadu. Xanadu's team proved naysayers wrong. The new chip Borealis is marginally similar to the one in the Chinese study in that it uses photons rather than superconducting materials or ions for computation. Pretty cool. Pretty damn cool.
Revolutionary.
Carol, sweet up. Dropping all the links for all the peeps.
Oh,
freaking awesome.
Legendary.
We go. What do you got here? What do you got? Oh, I've got to go up a bit further. My computer's chips are terrible. There we go. That's where I was. Couldn't stop an invention. Oh, I'm not going to read that. Yes. Mm-hmm. Ryan Connor says, "Do you know the weight?" Oh, my friend, I know the weight. Just like we need new lightweight materials stronger than steel, my friend. Stronger than steel. And we'll potentially be looking at that come tomorrow. But I just wanted to they're just one-dimensional lattices, right? But can you incorporate the higher dimensional lattices into the one-dimensional projection, my friend? Do you know the way? It's heavy, bro. It's heavier than Scott himself. So,
Dilla draws in the chat. He says a series of synergy. You want to read that?
Dilla draws says a series of synergistic monosyllabic systems. Similarly, systemic. Interesting.
Wait, are you
So, Mutant Noel says, I said I like computers, but their chips are terrible. Have you tried eating them? I mean, I like the blood. I like the blood and broken teeth flavor of them, but I don't like the bits of metal in my gums. Says Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King. Carol's Cookies drops the link for and tells us about Kaya's A Story of Blood and Stone, the project by Mr. Ryan Cardinal. Highly recommend checking that out. Head on over and subscribe to Ryan's channel as well. Carol's Cookies also drops the Indiegogo project for Kaya's A Story of Blood and Stone, issues 1 and 2. How do you like them apples?
That was good.
Oh yeah, I got the book. I got a book. Plenty of books out there. And of course, Carol also drops the link to our to subscribe to Eric and Boyd. He's amateur small press indie comic creator and artist, standalone fantasy and pinup art, as well as sketch cards. He's too good for us now. So you know, we are humble in our ways to still show appreciation to our good friend, Mr. Eric and Boyd. So head on over and check him out. Now, also Carol drops it. Still great work, Carol. Doing great work. The Buckler is Mr. Dilla Draw's book. It is a epic dark comedy that follows a man's fall from grace and glorious rise to infamy. So that's The Buckler from Dilla Draws. The Buckler 2 is also on its way. So I highly recommend checking Dilla out and supporting his work. Good guy, that one. Good guy. I'm not sure whose channel this is, but it may very well be Dilla's channel. I'm probably sure. Yep, cool. Ryan Cardinal then says, are they going to get to them making time crystals inside the computer? Now, there is we should also, I'm going to write down that time crystals.
Crystallized time.
Oh, don't get me started on time crystals. Not right now. I'll go down my own rabbit hole there. Carol's Cookies drops the link for Artifice Re-Animate.
Artifice Re-Animate.
Awaken to a world where personal identity shadows in comparison to digital reflections.
Check out Artifice Re-Animate. That's the up and coming epic fantasy sci-fi story by us. Of course, we've got 10 years worth of content planned for that universe. We're just we're in the process of taking steps to get things fully back on track there. But yeah, bear with us while we are in these interesting times. That is for sure. Oh shit! Dilla Draw says I am now in hospital. Legendary Carol, thanks so much. I appreciate that.
Never quite tell if Dylan's being serious or joking.
Now, Carol. I mean, you can follow Carol on Twitter. She's out there on Twitter. But you usually see her making appearances on around the YouTube. So you know I highly recommend whatever Carol intends to get involved with. Check her out because she's an intriguing individual and she's done some great work for the channel as well. So yeah, appreciate it, Carol. Much respect. Dillajaw says it seems I have a brain fever. They just made new denser metals, I heard. So I had to get them quick plugs in. Had to. We'll rip through the end of the article and we'll wrap it up for the day. Carol's Cookie says, do you need a colander? Dylan and Milton might get along. Dylan says, I've been awake for 7 hours in the last 2 days. So, damn. What? You mean you haven't slept? What? Jeez.
You don't have a candle at both ends. Dylan Draws.
Somebody should. Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, says somebody should drop the link to Delivered Drawers. I think I know what he said. Someone should drop the link to Delivered Drawers, and Carol did that. So, Dylan says, I think this may be it for me. Ryan Connor says, I hope you feel better soon, man. Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, says, I'm subscribed to Delivered Drawers, but not. Yet again, I'm subscribed for over 2,000 channels now. I got to clean that out sometime. I appreciate you rocking up in the chat there, Milton, as well. And I haven't actually checked, but if you have subscribed, I'd highly appreciate that too, man. Dylan George says, I fear I may have left a paltry influence on the world at this point. Such a shame. Carol's Cookie says, don't go into the light, Dylan. Don't go into the light. Dylan George says, Carol, but there's boobies in the light.
Right, Carlos. Go to the light. Quick, goddammit.
Carol there says she's earning a keep, caused a bit of a ruckus today. But if I didn't enjoy the ruckuses, then then I wouldn't engage. So, but you can gain a lot of insight by through the act of play. So, something I've learned in my participation in the AI community for quite some time.
What was the insane which kid? Dillard, how is your jungle foot?
Back to the article, you lot. Back to the article, you rowdy lot. You crazy lot, you. So using photons rather than superconducting materials for computation. But it has a huge advantage. It's programmable. Previous experiments typically relied on static networks, in which each component is fixed once fabricated. Explained Dr. Daniel Joss Broad at well, went for the wrong accent there. Shooting a miss. It was anyway. At the Federal Fluminense University at Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, who was not involved in the study. The early quantum advantage demonstration in the Chinese study used a static chip. With Borealis, Aurora Borealis, however, the optical elements can all be readily programmed, making it less of a single-use device and more of an actual computer, potentially capable of solving multiple problems. The Quantum Playground is available on the cloud for anyone to experiment and explore once you sign up. May have to let me just check that out. Xanadu. All right, chucking that into the. Gonna check that one out for sure. Quantum computational advantage on the Xanadu cloud. Oh, Xanadu cloud provides you with hardware, software, and applications.
On the Xanadu cloud, eh?
You know it. The muse comes to life. Or is it the Citizen Kane? Either way, yeah. Remain in a duality of interpretation, shall we?
Don't look there.
Don't look there. That's right. Keep your eyes closed from it.
Don't look there. Close your eyes.
Oh, God damn it! A collapse away function. Shit.
God damn it.
God damn it. All right. So, would you care to continue reading Manticore while I roll a quick cigarette before we wrap it up? And
where are you?
So the Quantum Playground is available in the archive. I think the chip's flexibility comes from an ingenious design update, an innovative scheme that offers impressive control and potential for scaling, said Rod.
Do you want to make it
we are all
for my eyes?
we are on the cusp of scalability here for what we are, for the services that we are providing.
The team zeroed in on a problem called I can't even say that word.
That is the Gaussian boson sampling. What?
Gaussian.
No, Gaussian.
Sampling. Gaussian.
That's a word you might want to learn as well, Manticore, if you're heading into the realm of art. So sometimes the Gaussian blur takes a hold. Yeah.
A benchmark of evaluating quantum computing prowess. The test, while extraordinarily difficult computationally, doesn't have much impact on real-world problems. However, like chess or Go for measuring AI.
Now we're talking. For measuring AI performance, yes. So it acts as an unbiased judge. Go for it. I'm going to roll a smoke. Yes, Go is there are many more variables involved than there are in chess. So the mastery of Go is a waypoint, is a benchmark in the process of even more complex computation, and the prediction of the prediction of variables to apply those principles.
It acts as an unbiased judge to examine quantum computing performance. It's a gold standard of sorts. Gaussian boson? Is that how you say it?
Gaussian? That's how I prefer. That's how I pronounce it anyway.
It's like Gauss. Yeah. Gaussian boson sampling is a scheme designed to demonstrate the advantages of quantum devices over classical computers, explained Broad.
All I have to say is start the process of aligning them into one system.
The setup is like a carnival funhouse mirror tent in a horror movie special states of light and photons. A music called Squeeze States.
Yes.
You want me to say it again? The setup is like a carnival funhouse mirror tent in a horror movie. Special states of light and photons, amusingly called Squeeze States. Are tunneled onto the chip embedded with a network of beam splitters. Each beam splitter acts like a semi-reflective mirror.
Depending on how the light hits.
Okay, yeah, of course. It splits into multiple daughters. Ooh, interesting words. Daughters with some reflecting back on others passing through. At the end of the contraption is an array of photon detectors. The more beam splitters, the more difficult it is to calculate how many individual photons will end up at any given detector.
So, but within that is a method of computation. So,
sounds very complicated.
It is
grandiose and complicated.
I could go further into that, but we're near the end of the show, and I don't want to interpret that as you will. But we could, break down that method but it ultimately defines probability. The probability that something is going to end up somewhere, can ultimately be leveraged to as a form of output. So.
Another visualization picture. Picture a beam machine.
A beam machine, you say?
Beam machine. Is that like the mean machine, but with a B?
I thought it was like the green machine with a.
A peg-studded board encased in glass. To play, you drop a puck onto the pegs at the top. That's a tongue twister in itself. To play, you drop a puck onto the pegs at the top. As the puck falls, it randomly hits different pegs, eventually landing in a numbered slot.
So it's like
Aussian.
So it's like falling out of a tree. If no,
basically hit all the branches the way down.
There you go.
falling out the ugly tree. Look.
There you go.
Gaussian boson sampling replaces the pucks with photons, with the goal of detecting which photons land in which detector slot. Due to the quantum properties, the possible resulting distributions grow exponentially, rapidly outpacing any supercomputer powers. It's an excellent benchmark, explained Rod. Largely because we understand the underlying physics and setup suggests that even a few hundred photons can challenge supercomputers.
At certain tasks, anyway. Whew. I'll go. Yeah.
Challenge.
So taking up.
Now? Okay.
Yeah. So taking up the challenge, the new study reimagined a photonic quantum device with an admirable 216 qubits. That's intense. Contradicting classic designs. The device calculated photons in bins of arrival time rather than previous standard of direction. So that is very interesting as well. That's very fucking interesting. So the trick was to introduce loops of optical fibers to delay photons so they can interfere at specific spots important for quantum computation. That's cool, man. That's cool. What's going on over in the chat? Right now? Lots? Oh my god. Lots. Oh my god. So I think this is where we were. Oh no. What do you really? You're not lying, Dylan? You wouldn't lie to a man, would you? He says, "No, yeah, for reals, I'm all jacked up. Been getting steadily worse. So now, what? I'm in the ER for the second time. Going to see what's up. Been all fatigued and sleepy and such. Been almost 5 days now. Oh,
working too hard."
So Carol's Cookie says, "Dylan, I hope you feel better." Dylan says, "I'm trying it out on my right foot first. If that works out, I'll do my left foot too." Milton Knowles saying, Wish King says, "Dylan, how was your other jungle foot?" Yes, I did ask about them individually. Milton Knowles saying, Wish King says, "Last time I made a static network, that was a very shocking phishing experience." Says
experience.
Ryan Garner says, "Is it the vid Dilladraws?" Dilladraws says, "I figure I only wear one shoe and keep it moist with a spray water bottle so I can jungleize my foot expeditiously."
Expeditiously?
Carl's Cookie's referring to the Gaussian player. Yeah. Dilladraws firmly putting his foot down and saying, "I beg your pardon, Milton." Carl's Cookie says, "I was only wearing one shoe most of tonight." Ooh, spooky. Dilladraw says, "My brain is feverish. I'm afraid this conversation has gone out of my depth." Carl's Cookie says, "Nah, this is normal, Dillard. You get." But Knowles, the insane Witch King, follows up with, all I had to learn when I was doing art was the B6 pencil is the best because it's the dark, which means that you have all the color shading options light to dark." Dylan now believes he has got strep throat. Oh, you lot. Milton Knowles in saying, Wish King says, have you ever felt to clean after? Have you ever felt, you mean just clean after? Like so clean, it's almost dirty. Okay. Ryan Cardinal says, word. Carol's Cookie says, plinko. Dilladraw says, I once took a shower with a fancy looking bar of soap, much to my detriment.
Does that go on the right side of the chart?
Carol's Cookie says, that's a game on the price is rice. Dillawdraw's elaborating further and saying, it turns out my wife had bought this soap that had like salicylic acid and skin whitening chemicals. I felt so clean and so dry that I felt like I was susceptible to any manner of illness. You are. Back to the article. These tweaks led to a vastly slimmed down device. The usual large network of beam splitters normally needed for photon communications can be reduced to just 3 to accommodate all necessary delays for photons to interact and compute the task. The loop designs, along with other components, are also readily programmable, in that the beam splitter can be fine-tuned in real time, like editing computer code, but at the hardware level. The team also aced standard sanity check, certifying that the output data was correct. So for now, studies that reliably show quantum supremacy remain rare. Conventional computers have a half-century head start. Oh, the race is on, believe me. As algorithms keep evolving on conventional computers, especially those that tap into powerful AI-focused chips on neuromorphic computing designs, they may even readily outperform quantum devices, leaving them struggling to catch up. But that's the fun of the chase, right? Quantum advantage is not a well-defined threshold based on a single figure of merit. And as experiments develop, so too will technologies to simulate them. We can expect record-setting quantum devices and classical algorithms in the near future to take turns in challenging each other for the top spot, said Rod. It might not be the end of the story, he continued, but the new study is a leap forward for quantum physics in this race. The
more you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Go on.
I looked at this bar of soap on Amazon, and I'll be honest, I was more angry that she spent $23 on a bar of soap.
Come back to us still. Come back. Carol Cookie says none of these conversations link, but they do. Yes. As long as you gotta make a sanity check every now and again, so yeah.
Check yourself before you really wreck yourself.
It's all in the shampoo. It's all in the shampoo. It's all in the shampoo.
Shampoo.
It's all in the oil. You know what I'm saying? It's all in the oil.
The sauce.
The sauce. The sauce.
Did somebody say sauce?
No problem. Wrong sauce. It's that hot sauce.
Potato.
So, $23. Is she out of her head?
That's a lot of money. So.
Computational systems and superpositional interpretation. Isn't it a fun subject? So, the headless starch lady says, "Yeah, keep throwing those jokes out there, Carol. Like I'm not still here." Oh. Dylan says, "Normally I just beat the dirt from my body with a stick, but I was indulging myself with the newfangled water all the kids have been raving about." Yes. And for the times they are a-changing. Bet you wish you could use the shampoo, don't you, Starchy? Oof. So, Milton Ozzy in Sandwich King says, was it the same soap Uncle Ruckus uses to cure his skin condition?
Yeah.
Carol's Cookie says, Sauce Prime, the sauce. Diddle Draw says, $23 for goddamn soap. That is ridiculous.
Highway robbery, damn it.
Oh, shit. So, more gibberish for us to interpret in the chat. My wife, Milton was in Sandwich King. Go for it, Manticore. Go for it.
You read it. Oh, you want me to do it? My wife once got me the rose-scented soap instead of the lavender-scented soap. It made me sick of her not following my shopping list. We were going out later that day and was replaced. Take that as you will.
It is. Well, it's staying for a while, but we have to wrap it up. Inevitably, we do. So you can teach her a lesson till it says. Says Carol's good. You're going to teach her how to budget.
Take away her spending privileges.
Shocking. All right, that wraps it up for the day, you crazy lot. It's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. We'll probably be back our time Monday. Of course, we've got a lot to consider this coming weekend. Lot to take care of, a lot to do. I've been your host, Smoke the Alien. This is Manticore. Everybody in the chat, we love you. We love what you're about. We love what you do. Yeah, we shall return soon. Carol says, no, don't leave. Dylan says, so she's all, it's not soap. It's just for my face. It says soap right there on the packaging. Dylan George says, let's finish this conversation on Smoke Spaceship. Interesting. Yes, Monday show, Carol, so far away. I know, but it'll technically be Sunday for you guys. So, yeah. But we'll be back once again, as we always do. Yeah. You take care, guys, and we'll talk to you soon. And definitely check out Artifice Re-Animate. Link is in the description below. Yeah. Take care. Peace.
Have the chat.
Peace.